world will come to know it as cold fusion.
Oh boy, it's time for some more BobbyBroccoli. Specifically, the men who promise the impossible, unlimited energy. So, Emperor Palpatine. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see what this is all about.
Utah, 1869. Promontory Summit. Located in the Great Plains almost 70 miles from Salt Lake City. It is the site of a moment in history. The last spike in the first transcontinental railway is being hammered in. There is media abound. Railway Baron Leland Stanford has the honor of hammering in that final spike. The moment he swings that hammer, a message is sent out across the telegraph network.
In case you're wondering, back in the 1800s, you had to split atoms using really small hammers. I'm just kidding.
Done. Except, he misses his swing. Doesn't matter though. The spike is for show. A hole had already been dug, and the spike was placed into it beforehand. It's also not even full gold. It was iron painted with gold. And besides, right after the famous photograph was taken, they would remove it and put a regular one in after. People would just steal it otherwise. The golden spike is a symbol of the completion of a monumental task. The meeting of two industrial titans whose work cost millions and produced an engineering marvel that connected the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans with one final leg. A celebration of rival companies and the backbreaking labor of thousands of immigrants. It's the moment that made it into the history books, because it made for one hell of a photo. 120 years later, and just 64 miles to the southeast, a new Golden Spike ceremony is playing out once again. But instead of the Great Plains, we're at the Salt Lake City airport, in a FedEx office. There is a camera crew here. They're filming a grad student, Marvin Hawkins, and he's clutching an envelope. Inside it is the most important paper of his career. He's waiting for someone who will never show up. They had an agreement that they would submit their papers at the same time.
Back when FedEx was Federal Express right now. Wow, it takes me back.
Back to back. A show of good faith. Marvin doesn't realize it yet, but he's just an unfortunate pawn about to be trampled in a much larger dispute. In about a month, he'd be fired. Just months away from getting his PhD. The people he's waiting for right now had no interest in playing pretend nice for the media. This was war now. This was more than a potential Nobel Prize. Their discovery was the solution to the world's energy crisis, the key to eliminate the world's dependence on oil, the resource that was slowly killing the planet. Just days ago, Exxon Valdez had caused the largest oil spill in history off the coast of Alaska. Timing was almost prophetic. Today is Good Friday. Salvation was here, and it had been discovered in Utah. It was time to spread the good word.
Subtle reference to Mormonism, I'm sure. It's like he's setting the stage like for a big board game or something. Oh, that'd be cool.
Utah is not exactly the first place you think of when you hear about a scientific breakthrough. Let's be honest here, your mind almost certainly went to the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Sure.
The state was founded by the controversial religious group while they searched for a promised land to make their own, and they fought with the federal government for decades before they were eventually accepted into the Union. Notably, only after the church publicly disavowed their former tradition of polygamy. And throughout the 20th century, Utah as a state craved legitimacy in the eyes of the rest of the nation. The state spent years building up their image as something more than just the home of the Mormons. Their national parks and ski resorts attract millions of tourists each year. Now iconic films have made their premiere there at Sundance. They lobbied for almost 20 years to host the eventual 2002 Winter Olympics. But for every success, there would be a Utah story making national news for all the wrong reasons.
Kind of like
In the
Florida.
1980s, there were the deadly Salt Lake City bombings of Mark Hoffman. Another was a shootout with police involving an illegal family of polygamists. The issue was summed up by a local political pundit. If you ask a lot of people in Utah what they fear, it's that everyone is going to laugh at us. We want money and we want respect. We would very much like to be respected, not as Nevada is for gambling or Wyoming for coal, but for brains and for talent. Despite its perception as a bit of an intellectual backwater, in the 90s, Utah had the second highest rate of high school graduates that went on to higher education. It's home to plenty of great schools,
I didn't know
with the
that.
top two locked in an eternal rivalry with each other. Brigham Young University, located in Provo,
course,
is
Mormons.
owned and operated by the Mormon Church, and it enforces a draconian and regressive honor code. But it has a good reputation in the field of engineering and nursing. And then there was BYU's longtime football adversary, the top school in the state, the University of Utah, or the U for short. An all-around
When I hear the U, I mainly think of Miami.
good research institute, its genetics program was respected all across the country. And it was also the birthplace of the now iconic Utah Teapot, the benchmark of 3D modeling. And its chemistry department was no slouch either, ranked within the top 20 in the country. One Utah resident wanted to improve those rankings, and he was going to do everything he could to earn his state the respect he felt it deserved, even if it cost him his job. Chase Peterson,
Wow.
like most people from the state, was a Mormon, although he was not a fanatical one. He had spent most of his early career out east and got a medical degree from Harvard and eventually became the dean of admissions. But his home state beckoned to him, and he eventually returned, becoming the president of the University of Utah in 1983. His time out east had taught him how to rub elbows with the wealthy and attract donors, skills he would desperately need as U of U was facing a period of steep decline. State education budgets were being slashed each year as Utah's whole economy slowed, and that meant that Peterson had to cut his school's budget 8 times in just as many years. If he wanted money, he either had to convince the government he deserved it, or he had to make friends in the private sector. And the way you go about that is by making headlines. Back in 1972, a U of U chemist announced that he had invented the first ever X-ray laser.
So focusing X-rays like this makes it easier to study nuclear materials at the atomic level under extreme conditions, which enhances nuclear reactor design. Can also use them in the study of plasma, in the case of fusion research, specifically inertial confinement fusion, where they can be used to improve the geometry and precision of hitting the fusion fuel pellet from all angles. Very important with achieving ignition. Not to mention detection of nuclear materials for security purposes as well as medical applications. So yeah, this was a pretty big deal.
Much excitement, no other labs could reproduce it, and it became jokingly known as the Utah effect. What Peterson needed was another one of those, but real this time. His first real time in the national spotlight was when U of U doctors implanted the first ever
You always want stuff to be repeatable with any new discovery. Otherwise, it's just a fluke or a weird situation you're in.
artificial heart into a man named Barney Clark. Clark had long suffered from severe heart problems and was going to die without medical intervention. It was a groundbreaking surgery, and 70 reporters came from all over the globe to cover it. It was an intense 6-hour procedure, and Clark had severe complications, including seizures and breathing problems. Unfortunately, he died in hospital 112 days later. Although clearly a step forward, it was not a success. Clark was intended to live much longer. The Utah effect had struck again. But despite the failure, Chase Peterson's handling of the announcement was positively received. He was a calm voice of reason who had a clear handle on sharing complex topics with the world, and he had high ambitions. His name was floated in political circles, potentially as a Democratic candidate for Senate. One more solid announcement, and he could maybe think about planning his next moves. It was just a matter of time until someone at the U came up with a real breakthrough. And that moment came in late 1988. Peterson learned of this project through bits and pieces. It was apparently highly confidential. Even a whisper of it getting to the wrong person could jeopardize it. It was something
Kind of like the Manhattan Project. There were consequences then.
supposedly world-changing. 2 professors in the chemistry department had been working on something for years in secret. The administration first got wind of it when they submitted a funding proposal to the Dean of Science, Hugo Rossi. Rossi had read it, but the implications didn't click until he woke up in the middle of the night. The first thing he did the next morning was call the scientist and ask quite bluntly, "Are you building a bomb?" And the answer he got was, quote, "Well, I suppose you could put it that way." It was
Sounds like a scientist response.
not, in fact, a bomb. But Washington would soon be paying close attention anyway. The lab in which this discovery had taken place had been working 24/7 for almost the past month, desperate to get as much data as possible before the announcement. Now, Peterson was having secret trustee meetings where everything was locked down. Leaks would be devastating. No one was allowed to use the actual words to describe the breakthrough. It was referred to simply as the F word. Although secrecy was of the utmost importance, Peterson was rumored to have
F's gonna be fusion, isn't it? Let's see.
spoken to the governor of Utah in late 1998 and told him that his school may soon win a Nobel Prize. On March 13th, 1989, the school filed its first patent, the first of several. By March 16th, Peterson
this
called an
calendar
emergency meeting
presentation
with all their
style.
lawyers and the two scientists. Peterson and the lawyers were in agreement. The time was now. If they waited any longer, it would jeopardize the patent applications. The two scientists, however, are reluctant, but after a long argument, they are slowly swayed. They realize the gravity of the situation. Years later, Peterson will argue that if they had stood their ground, he wouldn't have forced them to hold the press conference. And yet, the recollection of another attendee was that one of the two scientists was on the verge of tears. Whatever the case, the decision had been made. The press conference was scheduled for 1 p.m. Mountain Time, March 23rd, 1989. The media was given just a single-day advance warning. Campus security is deployed around the chemistry department, locking down access to the basement lab where all of this had started. The room is packed. TV crews capture the whole thing, which will last for a little over half an hour. This is a moment in history.
Here we go.
First, let's get the news of that scientific breakthrough at the University of Utah. Brian?
It's a late story. Thanks very much, Carol and Keith. Good afternoon, everyone. In about an hour, researchers at the University of Utah are scheduled to make an announcement that they revolutionize the way we energize our world.
Chase Peterson and his VP, James Brophy, welcomed the journalists to the talk. Peterson, knowing full well his words will be broadcast across the country, makes sure that everyone knows this discovery happened at his school.
This university prides itself,
Sure, yes, gotta take credit first.
whether it be in creative writing, or dance, or chemistry,
I
or
wonder if creative writing has any foreshadowing as to what's about to take place in terms of getting their story made out.
genetics, or artificial organs. In a long tradition of intellectual freedom, intellectual excitement, and a willingness to try new ways
Intellectual
to solve old problems. Those minds and that knowledge are then dedicated to the benefit of the people of the world generally and to the cultural and economic well-being of the state of Utah specifically.
Next, the mic is handed over to our first protagonist, Stanley
The protagonist. Okay, I love this.
Pons.
Well, first of all, let me thank Dr. Peterson, Dr. Brophy for the kind introduction, and further for their strong encouragement and support throughout this entire project. The experiment we have accomplished has been described in the news release, which you have, and I'll just give you a brief synopsis, and that it is basically we've established a sustained nuclear fusion reaction
Okay, let's see where this one falls apart.
by means which are considerably simpler than conventional techniques. Deuterium, which is a component of heavy water, is driven into a metal rod, similar, exactly like
Deuterium is just an isotope of hydrogen, hydrogen-2. The nucleus is a proton and a neutron, as opposed to just a proton. It's commonly used in CANDU reactors in Canada. While you do have to synthesize heavy water, you can actually burn natural uranium in there rather than having to enrich uranium. So it's kind of a pick your poison, so to speak, of the trade-off between having to enrich uranium or having to enrich water. But that has nothing to do with fusion. That's just another way to make fission.
The one that I have in my hand here, to such an extent that fusion between these components, these deuterons in heavy water, are fused to form a single and new atom. And with this process, there is a considerable release of energy, and we've demonstrated that this could be sustained on its own.
Something tells me this isn't a nuclear shake weight.
In other words, much more energy is coming out than we're putting in.
That was a lot of words, but the most important ones were these. Quote,
I love this delivery.
Sustained nuclear fusion reaction, and considerably simpler than conventional techniques. And then finally, much more energy is coming out than we're putting in.
That's the big challenging thing with fusion is most fusion designs, there have been some exceptions like the National Ignition Facility that ended up recently getting a little more than what they put into it. No, not by a lot, but fusion, especially back then, took a lot more energy to produce than how much energy is released. Basically a net energy loss, and very far away from being economical. Compare that to something like fission, where the amount of energy required to run house loads on a nuclear power plant is on the order of 10, maybe 15, maybe 30 megawatts for a really big unit, and that's an exaggeration. But the amount of energy that is produced on the grid can be 1,000, 1,400 plus megawatts. So it isn't just that you need to make slightly more than you put into it. You need to make a lot more than what you put into it for something like this to be viable, which is currently still the largest challenge of fusion.
Hans then turns to his partner, Martin Fleischmann, and asks him if he wants to add anything.
And he has really described the experiment. It is very simple. You drive the deuterons into the lattice, you compress the deuterons in the lattice, and under those circumstances, we have found conditions where fusion takes place. And
I mean, as far as simply describing something, you can describe fusion quite simply. You have your fuel, you compress it, you heat it, and you do it for enough confinement time, and there you have it. You have fusion. That high-level simplification also describes what's going on in the sun. Now, the big thing is the sun has all that gravity to keep everything confined and under extreme temperature and pressure, which is why that's easy for what it is. So I'm not denying that that fundamental aspect of fusion is simple, because it is simple. But actually pulling it off is where the challenge is.
Can be sustained indefinitely. Now, indefinitely is an emotive word.
I'm not sure what they mean by indefinitely, but really, everything takes fuel. So he couldn't possibly meaning something that lasts forever, because it's like, where are you getting all your energy from? Maybe he just means there's so much of it, it's effectively renewable. I mean, that's more plausible.
I've run experiments for hundreds of hours, and on our time scale, that is a pretty long time.
Again,
for an experiment, yeah, that's a while for an experiment, but for base load power, hundreds of hours is nothing, because you're going to have it on constantly 24/7. So the fact that you've only tested it for hundreds of hours is also a massive red flag. It's more red than those curtains behind them.
there's that phrase. Quote, very simple. Following this, Pons explains why they think this can only be fusion.
Well, first of all,
Wait a minute. So this can only be fusion, as in, like, they're not even sure that that's their goal? What? That's a bit like going up to your car, starting it, being slightly baffled by the processes that are taking place, and then concluding this can only be internal combustion. Like, why? Well, what even does that, what does that say about you?
heat that we then measure can only be accounted for by nuclear reactions. The heat is so intense that it cannot be explained by any chemical process that is known.
Where are your radiation detectors? Where are your neutron detectors? I would lead with that, rather than just talking about heat. Seeing readings on your neutron detectors is the fusion equivalent of pics or it didn't happen.
They have some additional evidence too.
The other evidence is, of course, that we have direct measurements of neutrons by measuring the gamma radiation which builds up in a tank where one of these cells is under operation. We can measure, have a gamma ray.
Okay, That's what I would lead with. Now, maybe I'm too much of a nuclear engineer to take the heat claim at face value, because for all I know, they stuck a space heater in a box or something. But now you're getting somewhere.
Spectrum. In addition, there is a buildup of tritium in the cell, which we.
So deuterium-deuterium fusion, which is, I'm guessing what they're talking about since they just mentioned deuterium to begin with, can form helium-3 and a neutron. Helium-3 nucleus being 2 protons and 1 neutron, and it releases a little over 3 million electron volts. It can also form tritium and a proton, tritium being hydrogen-3 or a nucleus of 1 proton and 2 neutrons. And that one releases a little bit more, about 4 million electron volts. It's about a 50-50 split for a deuterium-deuterium reaction. So numbers like 4 million electron volts sound like a lot, but it's not. The one used in ITER and many other experimental fusion reactors is the deuterium-tritium reaction. It releases about 17 million electron volts. And keeping this in mind, a typical fission reaction of uranium-235, that releases 200 million electron volts. Way more energy. But pound for pound, if you will, because hydrogen and helium are so small, the fusion's releasing more energy. And one appeal of deuterium-deuterium is it's relatively easy to extract from seawater.
Measure with a scintillation counter.
Radiation. Again.
Scintillation counter is a type of radiation detector. The incident radiation hits the detector's tube. It is then converted into light. It is greatly multiplied and amplified, and then it is converted into a readable signal. It can measure things quite a bit more precisely than, say, a Geiger counter that reads everything the same way. This one can give you a full spectrum.
A clear sign that this is a nuclear effect.
I would think that it would be reasonable within a short number of years to build a fully operational device that could produce electric power or to drive a steam generator.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But unfortunately, this is me speaking from 35 years in the future saying it would still be nice. Though he's at least being reasonable in saying drive a steam generator. Though I like that he said either make electric power or drive a steam generator. Really, the step between making a steam generator and electric power, that one's been around for upwards of 200 years. So that part we got a pretty good grasp on how to do.
Fleischmann quite clearly explains that for every 1 watt they put in, they get 4 watts out.
We have
What? Or a watt? Please indulge me where you're getting these from.
cells now generating in excess of 20 watts per cubic centimeter.
In terms of percentages, that's 300% excess heat. This is astounding.
Interesting. Now, this really would be a breakthrough. The thing is, though, heat doesn't necessarily get to unlimited by itself. Because in the previous example I talked about with fission, how much house loads are compared to what's produced on the grid can be as much of a difference as a factor of 100. So that by itself is cool, and not to be too dismissive, that right there isn't unique. It's more functions of how to operate on it seems like. I mean, you could say the same thing about coal or natural gas for that matter, but they just have all of the ill pollutant effects as well.
If I might just add, it is clear, it has been clear for 3 or 4 decades that the promise of virtually unlimited radiation-free energy.
Radiation-free. Okay. It produces less harmful fission products than nuclear fission reactors. But as I just said, you produce neutrons. You also produce tritium, which is radioactive. Neutron activation can occur. Neutron can hit aluminum, for instance, turn stable aluminum-27 into aluminum-28, which is radioactive. Other radiation can be emitted in the form of X-rays or gamma rays. So don't say no. It's less than fission products in terms of gross radioactivity. Though I will say how dangerous fission products are has been overstated. Yes, obviously they need to be treated, but that's the topic for another video. Don't say zero. That can get you in a lot of trouble with the regulator.
It's something that is worth spending perhaps billions of dollars on.
We would also like it to come to the...
Like that he's immediately asking for billions, not just say worth investing in. That's a good sign.
To the benefit of the economy of Utah. That's not always easy to guarantee because ideas aren't contained by borders.
My state, my school, my idea. Put it right here. Cool.
But perhaps ownership and patents are.
The conference has one very brief mention that a peer-reviewed paper has been submitted. It has...
Ooh, that's ugly. Talking about that Utah effect earlier,
not yet been published. If you were only paying attention to the tone of their voices, you might think that this was something as mundane as the renaming of a campus building, not the unveiling of a world-changing technology. Rumors leading up to the conference said
I'm not paying attention to the mundaneness, it's more of the incredulity of what they are saying.
that any number of prominent politicians would personally attend, including the president, the vice president, or UK prime minister, although none of these were true. But the existence of such rumors conveyed just how monumental this announcement was. One politician did make a small appearance. The Utah governor had sent in a written statement to be read. As a devout Mormon, he linked the discovery with the famous words of Brigham Young. This is the place. Miracles happen in Utah.
I never thought I would be watching a nuclear video talking about the link between Mormonism and nuclear fusion. The internet's an interesting place.
Utah. It is here where mythology is born. This was a rags to riches story. This
That word's probably going to cut both ways, mythology.
was the University of Utah. It wasn't some elite East Coast university. This wasn't MIT, this wasn't Harvard. This was two relatively unknown
Or one of those schools where they fake elements. Again, another video.
guys from Utah that had just upended physics. Two pioneers who boldly went against the scientific paradigm, gambling on a risky idea that never should have worked.
Stan and I thought this experiment was so stupid that we financed it ourselves, and I think it would be fair to say that we've burnt up about $100,000 in the process, so it's not that cheap, and this is just a kitchen experiment, so if you scale it up, we could burn up a few $1 million further.
Where are they in terms of watts or megawatt? Are they just talking 4 watts? I mean, orders of magnitude are important where I can't really say one way or the other if $100,000 is a lot of money in this particular case, in terms of what they actually did.
Quickly, too.
Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann are not remembered in the most positive light today, for reasons you'll soon come to understand. But one trap their critics sometimes fall into is underplaying their achievements prior to March 23rd, 1989. I think it's important to make clear that among their peers, Pons and Fleischmann were well-respected and productive scientists. That's what makes their fall from grace all the more tragic. One thing that comes across even in just these short clips is that Stan Pons is not very comfortable speaking in front of crowds. He stumbles over some of his words and trails off at the end of sentences.
That's okay, though. That's not by all means a requirement to be good at what you do, especially if it's a physics experiment. That part doesn't bother me at all.
Fleischmann is much more confident, and his jokes get laughs from the audience multiple times.
The Rubbermaid Basin is for lecture presentations because we want to have the punchline that we paid for it ourselves and we couldn't actually pay for very much.
Basically, this is
charming.
a kitchen type experiment. How do you feel knowing that you can do in a kitchen what other researchers can do with $500,000 at large scientific?
It's a pretty big kitchen.
That confidence comes from experience. There's a bit of an age gap between the two men. Fleischmann is 61 here, and Pons is just 46. And while Pons has a solid resume, Fleischmann's is extensive. Born in Czechoslovakia, he grew up in the UK and made a name for himself there as a prominent electrochemist. Electrochemistry is a particular niche that's fairly simple to explain. They study electricity that induces chemical reactions, or chemical reactions that generate electricity.
I've actually never seen it hyphenated.
He was known for his invention of a type of calorimeter, a device used to measure heat with great precision. And he also did some pioneering work with the diffraction of X-rays. In 1986, he was inducted into the UK's Royal Society, which is essentially a Lifetime Achievement Award in science, placing him among the greats such as Isaac Newton and Michael Faraday. He was, quote, more innovative than any other electrochemist in the world. And Marvin Hawkins, the PhD student, once said of him, "You meet Fleischmann and you're going, wow, if I can spend just a month with this guy, I'll be a god myself." Fleischmann's renown as an elder statesman was no doubt a major contributor to why so many people took the announcement seriously. He would not simply rush out to make a bold claim without plenty of evidence to back it up. Stanley Pons was much more of an unknown. He had taken a more meandering route in his career. Born in North Carolina, he quit academia for 10 years to work for the family business before eventually returning to get his PhD in 1975. And he earned it at Southampton, which is where Fleischmann became his mentor and eventually his friend. After hopping around a bit, he landed himself a professorship at the University of Utah. He wasn't a Mormon, but U of U wasn't as strict as they are over at BYU.
Sure.
Over the course of the 1980s, he began publishing more and more papers every year. In 1988, he published a staggering 36 papers. He even ran his own company, selling homemade lab equipment out of his house. A true worker bee, his
Selling homemade lab equipment. Wonder if someone like Styropyro does that.
peers called him.
Probably too dangerous.
U of U must have been impressed, because they made him chair of the chemistry department in 1988. His grad students knew him to be an introvert, uncomfortable with giving presentations, especially in front of large audiences. But they also spoke highly of him. He was humble, generous, and a good friend once you got to know him.
It's hard to get a feel for what kind of person you are when you see someone on TV a few minutes. He's a very intensive person. Family and science takes up 97% of his time.
Stan Pons is also very private. In his world, family and science mix, and little else enters the picture.
Despite their age gap, the two were genuinely close friends who loved to ski, cook, hike, and throw parties together.
I've heard some people describe both of you as the odd couple of fusion. He seems to be more outgoing. You're so private.
Odd couple of fusion. Wow.
Yeah,
Does that fit?
I think so. I think so.
By the mid-1980s, Fleischmann was effectively retired, but he had set up an arrangement where he'd split his time between his labs in the UK and visiting Pons at U of U as a visiting researcher. The duo's dynamic was very obvious. Fleischmann was the ideas man, and Pons was the one who tested the ideas out. Before this historic day, they had published close to 30 papers together.
Fleischmann, who's based in England, has spent 4 months each year at the university on the project. In between, both men rack up $400 a month phone bills.
Chase Peterson
Wow.
told a CBS reporter
It's a
later that
different
day that this research may win Pons and Fleischmann a Nobel Prize. Although they never actually say these words in the announcement, the world will come to know it as cold fusion.
Oh boy. So this is a theoretical form of fusion that doesn't have any evidence that it exists, that would occur at a low temperature, as in room temperature. Though you could argue that the sun is a relatively cold form of fusion compared to the conditions we need fusion to occur on Earth, since it's a meager 15 million Kelvin as opposed to the 150 plus that's required on Earth, but I digress. But let's say it was real. It would be a lot cheaper than hot fusion because you don't need to create the extreme conditions. But no, it just hasn't. I don't know this exact story, but we can surmise by the lack of mass-produced fusion today that it didn't work out. But the very idea, overcoming the Coulomb barrier and allowing the strong nuclear force to take over, requires a lot of energy. And it doesn't seem plausible doing that at room temperature. So you're literally overcoming a really strong magnet that gets stronger as you get close to it. And if you get it just close enough to allowing the strong nuclear force, which is stronger at very close range and under specific geometric conditions, to take over and pulls you in. It's a bit like enough energy to leave the Earth and go off into space, and then getting close enough to, say, the moon, where the moon's gravity could take you the rest of the way there. But it's much, much harder because the forces involved on a minuscule scale are so much big. But that's the big one. I'm sure as we get deeper into this story, other issues will emerge. Maybe they can pull it off with a neonavium reaction, along with some fairy dust.
Even if you have no idea what it means, you very likely heard those two iconic words before. Marvin Hawkins, the group's PhD student, recalls Fleischmann telling him that everything was going to change after that day. For the better or for the worse, he didn't specify. But Hawkins realized soon that it was going to be for the worse. This press conference should never have happened. Pons and Fleischmann had wanted an extra 18 months before going public. Pressure outside their control had forced their hand. There had been a leak, and so against their better judgment, they gave a press conference that doomed their careers and forever tarnished their reputations.
I had a feeling there was some sort of other force pushing them in this direction, and I'm not talking about the...
It would really be a pity if they blew up Salt Lake City, then we'd know about yeah.
When it comes to nuclear physics, there are actually two F words. Fission, you've definitely heard of.
Oh, there's a lot more than two F words.
Splitting the atom. A massive nucleus breaks apart into two, releasing a massive amount of energy.
Could be two or more. There's a term called ternary fission when it actually splits into three. The distribution looks like this for uranium-235. Nuclear engineers call this the Dolly-Parton curve for highly scientific reasons, but it's not directly in half. And when it splits into three, the third one is usually much smaller, an alpha particle or something of similar size.
So much energy it could start a chain reaction, leading to an explosion so immense it could flatten a city in an instant.
Chain reactions can do that. It's still called a chain reaction in the context of a nuclear power plant, but nuclear power plant, it's controlled and stable. In a nuclear weapon, the idea is to have there be so many what's known as prompt neutrons to make it go prompt critical, which is when just the prompt neutrons by itself that come out in a teeny tiny fraction of a second are enough to make a self-sustaining chain reaction. And it is essential that weapons operate that way, otherwise you're not going to create nearly enough energy to make a bomb. Compare that to nuclear power plants, which are delayed critical. Delayed neutrons that can take on the order of several seconds to come out are what maintain enough neutrons to keep the reaction critical or steady state.
Nuclear fission changed the course of the 20th century, but its sibling, fusion, is even more powerful. The joining of atoms.
More powerful on a per unit mass basis, yes.
When we divide by the amount of mass used for fuel, fusion beats out fission by a factor of 4. All of the atoms around you are made up of protons,
3 to 4 depending on the size, but that's about right,
and neutrons. Bundles of particles, protons with a positive charge and neutrons with none. The smallest possible nucleus is that of hydrogen, with just one solitary proton. If you were to take another atom of hydrogen and slowly push them closer and closer together, you would find yourself at war with an immense force. The electromagnetic force repels positive charges away from each other. The closer they get together, the harder it pushes back. But there is a barrier you can surpass. If you were to supply enough force, enough heat, enough pressure, you can get the protons close enough together and a new force dominates, the strong nuclear force.
Problem is the strong nuclear force is very close range, whereas electromagnetic forces are much farther ranges. And by close range, I'm talking 10 to the minus 15.
Small enough scales, it overpowers the electromagnetic force, and the two protons fuse together. Two atoms of hydrogen.
It can, under that specific scenario, granted, hydrogen 1 fusion, I mean, good luck with that. That's not going to release nearly as much energy as what you would have to put in. But there's a reason why heavier atomic nuclei have so many neutrons. It's because that positive charge gets even stronger and stronger that the nuclear force can't even keep them together as effectively. So you need all these neutral charged particles kind of in between them to dilute some of the positive charge in terms of giving spots for more protons and more neutrons to kick onto. That's an oversimplification. Geometry is just one of the factors that gets into how atomic nuclei retain their shape, but that's definitely part of it.
Have become one atom of helium, and this releases a ton of energy.
Though hydrogen 1, or protium, I very rarely hear anyone use the term protium to describe basic vanilla hydrogen. It can occur in a star's core, for instance, but it's typically not even attempted on Earth just because it takes so much more that you would have to put into it than how much energy you'd actually get out of this thing.
Much of it in the form of heat. Self-sustaining fusion has been one of the holy grails of physics since the concept was first theorized in the 1920s. The idea that an initial fusion would release enough energy to kickstart a chain reaction, unleashing more energy than it took to start the first one. Fusion is all about probabilities. If you have two nuclei close enough together for a long enough period of time, there is always a chance, no matter how infinitesimal, that they will overcome their repulsion and fuse.
I would expand on that and say you can expand that out to nuclear physics in general, being all about fusion. The same is the case with fission. An incident neutron about to hit a uranium nucleus, or really anything. There's a non-zero probability it's going to cause fusion, it's going to cause fission, even something that isn't fissile like iron. It's extremely low, and you're not going to see it, but it's technically not impossible.
The way you can increase the odds of fusion is to add neutrons. This is deuterium. One proton, one neutron.
Smiley.
Although it sounds like another element entirely, it is really just a variant of hydrogen.
It is. Hence the term, some people also refer to hydrogen-1 as protium, but that's pretty rare.
Heavy hydrogen. Because neutrons have no charge, they provide a bit of a buffer. It's much easier to fuse two deuterium atoms than two hydrogen atoms.
Deuterium is also used in fission. CANDU reactors use it in their water. So water in any water reactor acts as a moderator and a reflector. Back to the probability discussion. Water drastically increases the probability that a neutron is going to fission a uranium-235. Heavy water, which is deuterium, which the hydrogen H2O is actually deuterium, is an even better moderator. So much to the point where you can use natural uranium with way less than 1% uranium-235 compared to enriching up to 3 to 5% for a typical light water or non-deuterium water reactor. The trade-off, though, is you're enriching your water with deuterium versus enriching your uranium with uranium-235.
In the modern day, we try to induce fusion in gigantic reactors called tokamaks, donut-shaped rooms that trap protons with immense magnetic fields. However, despite our best efforts, the energy we get out is always less than the energy we put in.
There have been some exceptions, but even if it's 1-to-1, you need a lot more than that for it to be economically viable. I've heard some people throw around numbers like 10-to-1, 20-to-1. Probably need closer to 50 to 100-to-1, like you would for any other method of generating power, though, for it to be economical, in terms of how much energy it costs versus how much energy it produces.
Self-sustaining fusion has only been observed in 2 places. Here's the first.
Sun. Yes.
And here's the second.
And the second, the fusion doesn't last very long in a nuclear weapon, because you essentially burn all your fusion fuel out in a tiny fraction of a second. The sun definitely takes the cake in having been around for billions of years versus billionths of a second. So by the time you see the fireball of a nuclear explosion, the fusion reaction was ancient history.
Immensely huge ball of gas that warms our planet and grows our crops, and the H-bomb. A device so destructive that if it was used for its original purpose, it would doom us to extinction.
No, it really wouldn't, unless you built, like, way more than we ever had. Nuclear weapons are powerful, but their destructive power in terms of making humans extinct, highly overrated. That's the topic for a whole other video.
Sustained hot fusion in a lab would fundamentally alter our society. But hot fusion was not a widely used term in the 1980s.
By hot, we're talking upwards of 150 million degrees Celsius.
When physicists spoke of fusion, it was implied that it had to be hot. Of course, that all changed on March 23rd, 1989. Like any good mythology, the early history of their cold fusion project has varied over the years. Fleischmann has said that they were inspired during a hike in Mill Creek Canyon. Later that day, they pulled an all-nighter, frantically writing down calculations and sketching out an experiment.
Shall we tell the truth? Yeah. It was in one of our Jack Daniels phases.
According to Fleischmann, their convo went a little like this, quote, "It's a 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance. Shall we do it?" To which Pons said, "Let's have a go." Fleischmann's decades-long career meant he was familiar with dozens of material systems, and he had done extensive work with palladium. Palladium is a decently rare metal which can absorb surprisingly large amounts of hydrogen. It was almost like a metal sponge.
Okay, I think I know where this is going, because palladium can absorb hydrogen, but can it give you the pressure, temperature, and confinement time that you need to induce nuclear fusion?
And he wrote about it in a paper as early as 1948. A palladium lattice can absorb about 900 times as much hydrogen inside the same volume. And as it fills up, it also expands slightly, and the internal pressures increase dramatically.
DPD. Oh, Lord.
The effect is the same if you swap out hydrogen for deuterium. Fleischmann's thinking was that you could load up a palladium lattice with so much deuterium that it would compress the atoms so tightly that some of them could undergo fusion.
No. I mean, it can absorb the deuterium. I buy that. I mean, it's chemically identical to hydrogen. You could even drink heavy water and you'll be fine. I wouldn't drink large quantities of it. I mean, the amount of toxic dose of that is probably little less than a toxic dose of water. So don't drink, gallons of the stuff. But not to mention it's way more expensive.
And all that could be done at room temperature. A colleague at Southampton said that Fleischmann mentioned this idea to him as early as 1974. But it wasn't until he went to Utah to work with Pons that he had someone willing to try it out.
What do we got going on here?
In order to load the palladium with deuterium, they devised the following setup. They take a battery and hook it up to two electrodes. One is platinum and one is palladium. Next, they submerge this into a giant water bath. Except this isn't regular water, H2O. This is heavy water, D2O. The hydrogen is replaced with deuterium.
I don't like the term D2O because, again, it's hydrogen. D2O almost implies it's a completely different element, but it's really not. It's just a different isotope.
Heavy water is not exactly common. It makes up only about 0.0156% of the Earth's total water. But for chemists,
it's easy
to get their hands on. Next, they dissolve some lithium into the heavy water. Lithium is a conductor, and they plan to run electricity through the water. When the electricity is turned on, the heavy water molecules, D2O, are split apart through electrolysis. They separate into oxygen and deuterium. The oxygen is negatively charged and floats over to the anode, and the deuterium is positively charged and floats over to the palladium cathode. The palladium acts as a sponge and absorbs the deuterium atoms. And theoretically, when the palladium is loaded up with as much deuterium as physically possible, fusion might occur.
So it says crazy pressure. I mean, you're going to need some crazy pressure.
How would they be able to tell, though? By measuring the temperature of the water. If the heat energy released was more than the amount of electricity pumped in, that would be excess heat.
Or you can have an exothermic chemical reaction, possibly due to some contaminants in there. Though they said earlier they used radiation detectors, so let's see where that factors in.
A potential new energy source. Although it takes some work to get, oceans have enough heavy water to last us centuries. Certainly much more renewable than oil or natural gas, and with none of the pollutants. This experiment was...
And yet, we can use the deuterium. We can use it in fission reactors as the moderator, just like they do at scale in Canada today, and even in this time period in the 80s.
Not an entirely new idea, however. In the 1920s, a German group was trying to find a reliable way to produce helium. Following World War I, Germany had been...
Okay, this is a thing. I was thinking, helium-26. That's how I read that. 2 protons and 24 neutrons, thinking its half-life is near 0.
And from importing it, so a reliable way to make it in a lab would be a game changer. They had tried loading palladium up with hydrogen and saw some evidence of helium. However, this work was fairly obscure, and it had been forgotten about for decades, largely because the authors eventually retracted their work. They realized they had made a mistake. The helium they were seeing had been absorbed from the air and not produced via fusion.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're looking at, probability functions, the odds of interactions with air, interactions with contaminants, either it be from your lab or from your D2O that you're using, no, I hate that term, is way more likely to cause chemical reactions, even lower probability chemical reactions.
Of course, the neutron wasn't even discovered until a few years later, and so they wouldn't have known to use deuterium rather than hydrogen. Fleischmann had heard of this work before, as he briefly overlapped at the same school as one of the authors in the 1950s. And so, all these years later, Fleischmann had taken that general idea, but swapped out hydrogen for deuterium. Pons and Fleischmann said several things in this press conference they will later come to regret. The first was calling the phenomena a sustained fusion reaction.
Ooh.
The second was claiming that the experiment was, quote, very simple, and implying it would be easy to reproduce. Fleischmann will later say he regrets doing the press.
I'm wondering how you would you even scale this? I guess you could just use this magical lattice engineering, this DPD lattice, to create palladium fuel cells of a sort. Because that's kind of what this is reminding me of. So the reaction rate would have to be crazy high per cell, and yeah. But ultimately, this is going to be your heat source, and you're going to use a turbine just like anything else.
Conference at all. He knew that by going public like this, they were opening themselves up to more scrutiny than they'd ever seen before. He thinks that Pons may not have realized that at the time. Fleischmann is close to retirement here, and he could have left the field any day if he ever chose to. When they write his obituary, cold fusion will be just a paragraph among several in a long and successful career.
I really thought he was going to say they would also be writing the obituary for cold fusion.
Pons, though, is younger and with children still in school. He was not prepared for how this would upend his life. By the end of it, he will be left so defeated that he'll give up his U.S. citizenship.
Whoa.
We did it for the first time anywhere.
A big step forward in a little test tube.
What could be the discovery of the century.
The dawn of a new nuclear age. They have successfully maintained a nuclear fusion reaction and generated more energy out than they put in.
It was like an avalanche. There was no news channel you could flip to that wasn't.
There's your self-sustaining reaction like that right there.
Running a cold fusion story. Most of the initial headlines portrayed the announcement as an earth-shattering discovery that may change physics as
fusion in a jar.
This was a potential solution to the energy crisis.
Clean nuclear power. Period. At an affordable price.
1 cubic foot of seawater contains enough deuterium to produce 250,000 BTU of energy. It would take 10,000 tons of coal to equal that kind of energy.
Oh boy.
No more acid rain from burnt coal and other power plants.
And the exhaust of the automobile's internal combustion engine would be a thing of the past.
Nuclear fission had become a political nightmare following the Chernobyl disaster.
Yeah. It would.
And the Exxon Valdez oil spill had occurred literally the same day as the announcement.
The fact is there are a lot of people, including the Chase man.
Note the difference, though. The Exxon Valdez oil spill, no one questioned shutting down any sources of oil, but people are too afraid of nuclear.
Bank who are going to find themselves broke if oil doesn't stay at $20 a barrel.
The Middle East crisis gets settled.
That's dating it. Ooh, $20 a barrel. Okay.
Just like that, because there's nothing to fight over.
The headlines wrote themselves. Two local papers, the Salt Lake City Tribune and the Deseret News, would religiously follow the story with a sense of hometown pride. In the latter case, I mean that literally. Deseret News is owned by the Mormon Church.
I was going to say Deseret.
Not all reactions were also positive, though. Many outlets took a more mixed stance. Some were outright skeptical. For some papers, it wasn't even worth a front-page story. The New York Times squirreled it away on page 12. Optimistic, incredulous, there was an entire spectrum of emotions, but everyone was paying attention. There was a distinct third type of reaction that went on largely behind closed doors, however. Did this have the potential to be turned into a weapon? Or if not a weapon, a source of fuel for one? Countries without nuclear weapons programs may have just been handed a golden ticket. Governments around the world scrambled to ask their top scientists their opinions.
Using that as a weapon, you're better off just spraying water on people with hoses.
At the University of Utah, things quickly devolved into a madhouse. Following the press conference, Marvin Hawkins led the media through a tour of the lab, explaining the setup. The kitchen comments were bang on. It looked like something a hobbyist could do in their basement. Car batteries, a Rubbermaid wash tub.
If this was possible, Styropyro would have done it by now. Get these guys.
All right next to a janitor's closet. This was certainly not like the hot fusion tokamaks that were the size of entire buildings and cost $500 million to run. News TV crews were wandering the halls of the university looking for anyone willing to be interviewed.
Also, Tokamaks only costing $500 million to run. I mean, I think we're still talking in the context of the 80s, right?
Many had no idea about the experiment, but hey, it was a chance to be on TV.
What are they doing? The experiments and things.
Do you know what it is?
Well, I have an idea.
I really don't.
What's your idea?
Well, it has to do with energy.
This openness will soon be replaced by the opposite. U of U will lock down external access to the lab, even covering up some windows. The school's phones were ringing off the hook. Hundreds of calls a day, from every walk of life. Politicians like Al Gore called in, offering congratulations. Pons got personal calls from Edward Teller, the controversial father of the hydrogen bomb, and Carlo Rubio, director of CERN. But they were also flooded with random people looking to invest, or cranks who wanted to talk about their pet conspiracies. Fleischman and his wife were quickly assigned a pair of bodyguards to follow them wherever they traveled. Soon, Pons had to change his home phone number, otherwise it would be ringing all night. The attempt to capitalize on the phenomenon was immediate.
Yes, using the U. Surprised they didn't make the U bigger.
The U started selling cold fusion t-shirts. A soda shop down the street had a novelty cold fusion drink.
Cold fusion would be a good name for a drink. Everyone wants a cold one, right?
Researchers, when they first heard of it, were dumbfounded. Cold fusion was a nonsense concept, right?
It would be the most significant technological discovery since man discovered fire.
This had come out of nowhere. If anything, you'd expect it out of a place like MIT, or one of the big federal labs like Los Alamos or Oak Ridge. Some didn't even dare touch the subject. Quote, "It's gotta be wrong. I'm afraid we'll look like idiots if we're seen trying this thing." But on the other hand, Pons and Fleischman were not complete nobodies. They had some level of credibility, and they wouldn't make an announcement like this without solid proof. And hey, Fleischman had said that the experiment was very easy to...
They should have waited at least for some aspects of peer reviewing and reproducibility, though. Doing a one-off like this, the fact that they were nervous about the press conference and even getting this out there, that should tell you something.
Replicate. And the materials were cheap and easy to get. Why not take a week to try and get their own versions going? This was basically just a modified electrolysis setup. Quite literally something that high school students do in their chemistry classes.
I remember
you just
doing
needed
that.
some palladium and some heavy water.
Yeah, just slightly different ingredients. More expensive ingredients, but still.
Those who were quick on the draw were lucky, as soon palladium stock prices were about to spike.
But in the past 2 months, palladium has been the most profitable mineral.
I think we ran from about $142 up to $180 at one point in time.
Some groups even managed to track down Pons and Fleischman's supplier, Johnson Matthey.
It's crazy how something which is effectively a groundless claim at this point can have so many ripple effects. I mean, yeah, I know that's economics in a nutshell, but still.
Although their palladium was standard stuff they sold off the shelf, they did start marketing it as, quote, fusion grade. And so began the cold fusion mania that swept the United States. But this was not just an American phenomenon. Cold fusion had captured the attention of the entire planet.
But as scientists around the world attempt to recreate the experiment in their own labs, fusion has turned to confusion.
I've logged 63 or 64 laboratories trying to do the thermal experiment, and I can say honestly that not one of those laboratories is doing it the same way that we did it.
It didn't take long for them to realize that the announcement lacked a bunch of critical details. Here's just a short list. What size were the palladium rods? How are the rods made? Are they machined
want to keep it a
or cast? Is the surface of the rod baked, etched, or left alone? How much deuterium needs to be loaded into the rods? How long did it take to load the deuterium? Hours? Days? Weeks? What current should you supply? Should the current change over time? Which electrolyte do you add to the water? Was there any stirring done to the liquid? All legitimate questions that could have a major impact on the results. Everyone knew that a paper was in the works, but only a select few had managed to see a copy. Most of what people had to go on was a story that evolved into a key part of cold fusion's mythology. The meltdown. The meltdown is supposedly the first time Pons and Fleischman saw something that might suggest fusion. Exact dates for this meltdown are inconsistent and hazy. They stretch back as early as late 1984 or early 1985. Why then specifically? Well, notably, it would be the earliest possible time where they could have come up with their experiment, but also late enough that both Pons and Fleischmann had fully left their prior jobs at Southampton and the University of Alberta. Any potential patent rights would fall only to them and the University of Utah.
There we go.
According to the mythology, they had been loading a palladium electrode for 7 entire months. And then one night, Pons had instructed his son Joey, who was working in the lab, to adjust the current running through the cell. His son did as he was asked, left, and then returned hours later to check on the experiment. What he saw was astounding. A 1 centimeter cube of palladium, which is a melting point of 1500 degrees, had fully melted. Exact details are, again, inconsistent. In some versions of the story, the rest of the setup melted too. In others, it was a mini explosion.
Okay.
In some versions, Joey had lowered the current. In others, he had raised it. There is one detail that remains consistent, though. There was a hole in the concrete floor 4 inches big. At least one independent source.
I mean, excess heat generation from fusion could cause that without enough cooling, but I'm gonna say I'm skeptical because I don't think that's what it was. Could potentially have excessive hydrogen gas, and by hydrogen I'm still meaning deuterium in this context. I mean, it still has properties of hydrogen gas. Could cause mechanical stresses or something. Could be a chemical reaction with the electrolyte along with contaminants from the lab. I'd believe any of those other things over fusion.
Pons' grad student, Kevin Ashley, confirmed that he saw the hole the next day. Something had generated a shocking amount of heat. So much heat that it could not have been explained by any chemical reaction.
Really?
The only logical conclusion, according to Pons and Fleischmann, was that something nuclear had just occurred. And it was—
I mean, you could have had a thermal runaway condition that exists in any battery operations, including lithium-ion batteries that you see today, albeit a heavily localized one. But who knows?
Stories of this meltdown that supposedly convinced the university that this discovery was genuine, leading to the eventual press conference.
I don't know. I mean, even if that's what caused it, proving it just because your equipment broke, to me, is questionable. I would at least try it again to see if you can get these results to repeat or figure out what broke, that sort of thing.
And yet, there exists no official university records of this meltdown from the time it supposedly occurred. Fleischmann, years later, claimed that they had covered it up out of fear of having their experiment shut down as a clear fire hazard. But regardless, the meltdown story would be a particular point of fixation among scientists. Because even though the story lacked hard numbers, it still implied them. A 1 centimeter palladium cube has a melting point you can estimate, and you can calculate how much energy would be necessary. So does a 4-inch hole in concrete. Researchers would soon be working backwards from what little info they had. The first week was a mad dash to uncover as much information as possible. Researchers phoned their friends to brainstorm, faxes of rough drawings and calculations sent out across the country. People even analyzed footage of Pons holding one of his cells and used the size of his wrist to try and guess at the dimensions of the cell. There are even alleged reports that some people managed to crack their way into Pons' personal email hoping to snoop for answers, but found nothing of interest. Back then, the internet was still in its infancy, and barely anyone called it that yet. But universities and research labs were some of the first in the world with access to it, making cold fusion one of the first ever viral news stories. Early bulletin boards hosted daily news updates, and information was spreading faster than it ever could before. Very few people were able to speak with Fleischmann and Pons directly, save for a few of their close friends. Chuck Martin at Texas A&M had known Pons for years, and had heard a few days beforehand that he'd want to keep an eye on the news. Chuck Martin—
the Texas A&M logo will always read ATM to me—
was extremely eager to get his own cold fusion experiment running, and he phoned Pons asking for any tips. But Pons only gave him cryptic warnings about the potential danger. It seems this was sage advice, as some labs were about to prove.
The Lawrence Livermore labs got a reaction they did not expect. Their experiment blew up.
But the hydrogen gas apparently caused a small explosion, which sent shards of glass all over the lab.
So deuterium is still hydrogen. It still has similar properties to hydrogen gas. The difference is it's heavier, like it'll blow up.
North Carolina State University scientists earlier suspended their fusion experiment following a small explosion.
And Fleischmann had given some friends at Harwell Labs an early head start. He'd been shipping them some of their cold fusion cells throughout March for them to measure. He wanted at least one UK lab to get a head start, so the US didn't get all the glory. It's around this time criticism starts to pour in. So far, the best sources for hard numbers were newspapers like the Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times.
In all of this, what has been the most frustrating thing for you?
The most frustrating part is not having enough details to replicate the experiment, or trying to get the details out of newspapers. This is not usually the way we do science.
Why had the press conference come before a peer-reviewed paper? For many people, that was a major faux pas.
Not aware that we did anything at all wrong. We were very cautious not to say that papers had been accepted anywhere.
Pons and Fleischmann had in fact...
It just seems like you're doing scientific method steps out of order to me.
...submitted their paper a couple weeks earlier to the Journal of Electroanalytical Chemistry. And although it hadn't been published yet, it had been accepted. Where this gets iffy is why it was accepted. You see, a couple weeks before the announcement, Pons had received an unrelated call from a friend who was an editor at the journal. Pons and Fleischmann had published often with them before, and Fleischmann was a longtime friend of the managing editor, Roger Parsons. Parsons, upon hearing that his friends may have the discovery of the century, and that they had a tight deadline, tells Pons that he'll push it to be published as soon as possible. Parsons was the only person to review the paper. Pons and Fleischmann had also sent a paper to the...
That's a red flag, lack of number of reviewers too.
...much more prestigious Nature, but they had refused to publish it without a much more careful review. There's more to that side of the story later. The paper was eventually published on April 8th, but the preprint leaked a little earlier. Pons had given 5 copies to friends in Utah. These were quickly faxed and copied across the entire world so many times that most of the text quickly became unreadable. Except, of course, for the massive stamp that read confidential. But even this paper was only 8 pages and had little new that people didn't already know. The assumption many were working on was that Pons and Fleischmann were intentionally withholding details because of concerns. Some people even were intentionally withholding details because of patent concerns. Some people even speculated that the cells they showed off on TV were dummies, and that deep in their basement lab, they had their real heavy-duty cells hidden. The press release given to the media by U of U's comms department was also devoid of many details. Pam Brogle, the school's comms director, later said that she was actually forced to remove sentences at the request from the university's legal teams, which she fiercely disagreed with. And yes, that was teams, plural. She noted that there were 3 separate groups of high-powered lawyers, ones from the East Coast, West Coast, and Texas. She had wanted to speak to Pons and Fleischmann well in advance, but had only been allowed to just days before the announcement, leaving her no time to research. Although the press conference was heavily promoted by the school, the exact topic was not fully revealed beforehand. Despite this, at least 3 reporters had managed to get an inside scoop. One of them was Jerry Bishop at the Wall Street Journal. Brogle, who wanted to guarantee coverage from the journal, tells him it's room temperature fusion. Despite his initial skepticism, he too ends up making some calls to physicists and pieces together that this story is a major deal. And his headline, Taming H-Bombs, was certainly not the kind of thing you expect to see in a financial paper. Jerry Bishop's coverage of cold fusion is some of the most in-depth in the traditional media sphere. He will later win a science writing award from the AIP. However, it should be noted that his award ceremony will also be boycotted by many physicists. They found his reporting misleading and often one-sided. Some actually credit Jerry Bishop with popularizing the name cold fusion, because as you'll see in their written press release, Pons and Fleischmann called their discovery N-fusion. Jerry Bishop did not come up with the term cold fusion on his own, however.
Just call it what it is, confusion. Different emphasis on the word con.
And you'll find out who did a little later on. Nothing was conventional about cold fusion, and it was only going to get weirder from here. By mid-April, the first reports from other labs began to roll in. Pons and Fleischmann had set the precedent that if you had a result, you were fine to hold a press conference before you even had a paper published. And that's what many of these labs did. Called in the media, put on their best suits, and got their 15 minutes of fame. It's rare for scientists to get on TV, and this might be their only shot.
Hundreds of laboratories have tried to confirm the Utah experiment. It looks as though Texas A&M won the race, with Georgia Tech a close second.
We found that there is more energy coming out of this cell than we are putting in. We couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it.
But then another announcement from another school.
This is so sketchy and bad for science.
School, Georgia Tech. Researchers there duplicated the Utah experiment.
I went to Georgia Tech, by the way.
And this weekend, 2 Hungarian researchers say
The University of Washington.
Italian news reports Stanford researchers today.
Everywhere.
2 Mexican scientists say government project in India.
researchers at the University of Florida. Swedish physicists said today.
The University of Minnesota.
The Los Alamos National Laboratory, New Mexico.
Incidentally, this brings to more than 60 the number of laboratories that have confirmed at least part of the Utah experiment.
Okay, well, here's your public peer review, I guess.
Over the next few weeks, Pons and Fleischman would be traveling non-stop.
I wonder if it was Bobby Broccoli's intent to say new fire, as in, like, not that they discovered fire, but they ended up lighting a firestorm here.
Fleischman had gone to Europe the day after the announcement, and he had given talks at some of the top physics labs on the continent. Harwell in the UK, Ares in Italy, and now CERN in Switzerland. He was filling auditoriums beyond capacity each time. Pons was just as in demand, and he had given talks at U of U, Indiana, and soon he would give the biggest talk of his life. Cold fusion was such a big deal that nearly every major scientific organization decided to hold emergency sessions entirely dedicated to the subject. And for a chemist like Pons, there was no bigger stage than the American Chemical Society. They had scheduled a meeting in Dallas on April 12th. They had booked out a basketball stadium, and early registration suggested that chemists all across the country would swarm the event.
Dr. Pons has been escorted around Dallas much the way you would escort around a presidential candidate or even a president himself. Incredible for a chemistry convention. It felt like a Jazz-Lakers 7th game in the playoffs. I'll tell you one thing, it was quite a day.
The first day of the conference, the arena has 7,000 people in it. Looking back, many call this event the Woodstock of chemistry. As a comparison, the American Physical Society had their own Woodstock event just 2 years earlier. When a group had found evidence of high-temperature superconductors, that work had won its discoverers the Nobel Prize. Every chemist in the country wanted to see their new...
Now, superconductors, I mean, that's closer to fusion than this is, because superconductors are used in, like, ITER, large-scale tokamaks. They create strong magnetic fields needed to stabilize and control the hot plasma needed to induce nuclear fusion. Though what's interesting is the superconductors themselves need to be maintained at very low temperatures, typically using cryogenic design. There's your cold part of fusion we can tack on there.
Hero, Stanley Pons. The president of the society opened his talk with a bit of a jab at their rival field of physics.
While much has been learned about plasma physics, the goal has remained elusive. Now it appears the chemists may have come to the rescue.
That's funny.
Although intended as a lighthearted comment, it cut to a real feeling among chemists. The physics community was still extremely pessimistic.
Yeah.
Many of them had ties to traditional hot fusion research. Cold fusion would certainly disrupt their funding, and so they'd have an incentive to criticize it.
Competition over
the
funding.
energy in the room was electric. Right as Pons is being introduced, the MC takes a moment to announce some breaking news.
Before I have Stanley come on up, I'd like to comment. We were just informed before we came on that a Dallas radio station has reported that the University of Moscow has just announced that it has successfully repeated the Pons-Fleischmann experiment.
Add another one. Ooh, but it's the Soviets, though.
History is being made during the event itself. As for Pons, he's clearly much more comfortable now than he was in Utah. He opens with a joke.
It's incredible to me what an electrochemist has to do today to get an invitation to the American Chemical Society.
Most of his talk is just him going over the experiment, but he finds time for another joke.
Next slide is a photograph of the U1 Utah tokamak.
It's a clear flex. Hot fusion tokamaks are the size of entire rooms and weigh tons. His can sit in a Tupperware container. The applause he gets at the end is what you'd expect a rock star to get at the end of a concert.
Thank you very much.
No diving into the crowd.
During the Q&A, one of the audience members asks Pons a question. Prometheus, Pandora, or Piltdown Man? 3 options for how this could turn out. Was this like stealing fire from the gods? Was it like unleashing a curse upon mankind that could not be undone? Or was it simply a hoax? Pons' response was short. No comment. Meanwhile, Pons and Fleischman were not the only two who'd had a busy couple weeks. Chase Peterson, not wanting to waste the momentum of the publicity, flew out his team and personally visited the Utah governor at his vacation house. The governor could tell they weren't there just for pleasantries and asked them point blank how much money they wanted. When they say around 2 or 3 million, he hits back with 5.
We will hold a special session of the legislature with one item on the agenda. That item will be to deal with the $5 million appropriation.
A state senator, Eldon Money, even suggested a proposal where Utah residents could donate to the research and receive tax cuts in return.
Some believe it will do for Utah what gambling does for Nevada. With so much money coming in, who needs taxes?
The results show that 60% of those who called thought taxpayers should pay for the research. 40% said no, taxpayers should not.
On April 7th.
I mean, look, of all the things that taxpayers are paying for, I mean, fusion research, real fusion research, I mean, I'm sure there are worse things.
The Utah legislature will vote 97-3 to approve the $5 million.
Wow.
But it's kind of like politics. They're certainly generating a lot of heat.
During the session, the governor paraphrased the Bible when expressing his support. He that doeth nothing is damned, and I don't want to be damned. This was an energy source so plentiful, it would be, quote, too cheap to meter. Most of this $5 million would presumably go to some sort of research institute, although almost immediately $500,000 is allocated entirely to the army of patent lawyers. Who would run this institute? Surely the competition would be fierce. The earliest rumor was James Fletcher, who had just retired as head of NASA, a perfect fit given he was a Mormon from Utah. This appointment would not pan out.
That matters.
But it did show just how much interest was being generated. The eventual name would be the National Cold Fusion Institute. Of course, looking at that name, it implies at least some sort of collaboration with the rest of the country. Washington was absolutely paying attention to cold fusion, and things were already in motion. On April 13th, Glenn Seaborg got a phone call in a California diner. It's from Washington. He needs to take a flight there because it's urgent. This is not the first time he's done this. He's a well-respected veteran in nuclear science. In a few years, he'll get a chemical element named after him. He's been a personal scientific advisor to half a dozen US presidents. And George Bush wants his opinion on cold fusion. When he gets there, he tells Bush, his chief of staff, and Secretary of Energy, James Watkins, his honest opinion. This wasn't going to be anything.
There wasn't enough evidence there to convince me, and I'm not convinced yet. Everybody knows about it. Nearly everybody is talking about it, but most of the people I've talked to are not buying it.
But at the same time, you couldn't just declare it wrong. The world was paying attention. Cold fusion looked like a solution to the energy crisis. If you're going to evaluate this, you need to do it slowly. Make a panel, have them visit the labs, and write a big report. Don't rush it out. Secretary Watkins.
Yes, you don't want to make the same mistake that they did with just trying to get the media out there to quickly even to just say it's wrong. Do the opposite. Actually do what they should have done when initially going with this experiment, and just give it a rigorous, peer-reviewed reproducibility evaluation that'll basically tell you one way or the other. And I know I've put this down because I know we don't live in a cold fusion paradise right now. I have a sense of how it ends, though I don't know exactly what happens to all the individuals involved. Yeah, as a minimum, an arduous review process.
Orders a dozen of the country's national labs to start working on cold fusion. And none of this secrecy business. If there's a confirmation, he wants to know immediately. This was not the only major development in Washington that month.
This is not a science project. This is an American project, quite frankly, and a Utah project.
So I couldn't agree with you more, and I think we ought to jump right on it and not let anybody else steal this thing. And
the last 20 years are full of American inventions and Japanese promotion. We'd like to have both opportunities.
In the House, the Science, Space, and Technology Committee held a hearing on April 26th. With 42 members, it is one of the largest committees in the House, and that day there was full attendance. The opening remarks are full of pomp and circumstance.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. In recent weeks, an atmosphere of high excitement and anticipation has permeated the scientific community as startling possibilities for sustained nuclear fusion reactions at
Nuclear.
room temperature have emerged. The potential implications of a scientific breakthrough that can produce cold fusion are, at the least, in our judgment, spectacular.
We all want this to work. Energy is the lifeblood of our nation, and fusion energy would be an enormous step toward the goal of energy independence.
I mean, look, jokes aside, I agree. It would have been really cool if this would have worked.
In a period when our news seems to be filled with items telling us about drugs, budget deficits, a decline in America's economic position, and environmental problems, the news of the possible discovery of cold fusion in Utah, with its accompanying controversy, was wonderful news.
Wayne Owens, congressman from Utah, was eager to introduce the distinguished guests from his home state.
The possible achievement of solid-state fusion, or the so-called cold fusion, is nothing less than a miracle.
Later, he would make plans for a trip with his fellow committee members to go visit U of U and see cold fusion with their own eyes. The first guest to speak is Stanley Pons, clearly quite humbled and honored to be speaking in Congress.
The one thing about those microphones is they're not that good, so you have to pull them closer.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairman, first we would like to thank you and the committee for the opportunity to testify here today.
He starts us off with a fairly in-depth explanation of the nitty-gritty technical details. He has a slideshow that lasts for nearly 15 minutes. Fleischman is up next.
I was going to say, there's not a whole lot of complexity to this versus if you're going to try to explain a tokamak or really any nuclear fission reactor.
And does what he does best, giving a digestible big-picture view and speculates about how this could be applied. Notably, he says something interesting here.
Now, the experiment which Professor Pons has described to you is superficially simple, but is actually quite difficult to carry out because you have to go through a process of optimizing the experiment such that you will make a significant observation.
This is in contrast to the initial press conference, where he said it was, and I quote, very simple. Although most of the politicians in attendance were enraptured, some of them asked the occasional tough question.
I must say, Mr. Chairman, the process so far by which we've learned about this has been more confusion than cold fusion. And there seems to be a feeling about that the process has been more driven by a wish to protect future potential profits than it has been adherence to normal peer review processes.
He knows what's up.
Public release of the information prior to the publication in a journal, and the fact that the lack of data seems to have inhibited the replication of your results in most cases where it's been tried.
In chemistry, it is generally the situation that when you have submitted a paper and the paper is accepted, which was the case in our case, then it is okay to make an announcement. I think that the problem we've had is that physicists don't do things exactly the same way.
Ooh, nice blame shift there.
Pons is correct in saying that their paper was accepted, but he's not being entirely honest here about the peer review. And as for the lack of experimental details, Fleischman hits back with this.
We admit that there were not the experimental details there, but in a preliminary note, there never are these experimental details, and we do now have fax machines and telephones which would allow people to request that information from us, and those that have, we have given them that advice.
Really? So, no, details available on request, and so basically you're putting the burden on people to ask questions of things that you should have already provided. And I'm just thinking, if they actually pulled this off in a meaningful way, wouldn't they want to brag about it? I mean, and just show what sort of process is, show like the elegant simplicity their design has. I can understand the part of lawyering up, protecting the patents, protecting your intellectual property, but saying, we did fusion, how does it work? Well, here's how it kind of works, but if you want to know specifics, call me later when I can get my story straight. That's what it sounds like. I'm not saying that's what they're thinking, It's just sketchy.
Reject that particular criticism.
Indeed, many scientists had been calling the two men non-stop, asking for details. However,
I'm sure.
you either had to be extremely lucky or one of their close friends to actually get a response. Fleischmann plays the diplomat very well here. He makes it clear that he does not want money taken away from hot fusion researchers. He does not want to make any unnecessary enemies. When he's asked how much he thinks scaling up this technology might cost, he is careful to avoid giving an exact number. Rather, he passes that particular hot potato to Chase Peterson, who has brought with him a high-profile lobbyist, Ira Magaziner. Together, they made their Hail Mary pitch to all 42 members of the committee, who listened intently.
The figure that comes to mind is $25 million in the federal government. Maybe that needs to be $125 million someday, but that's of not any importance right now.
Whoa. Can I have $25 million? Keep in mind that I might ask for an additional $100 million in a little bit.
$25 million would allow us to start the onion growing with state and private sources.
$25 million at the low end, $125 at the high end. That is a big ask. Peterson also, in vague terms, alluded to potential national defense concerns about the research. Although cold fusion was not a bomb, fusion was known to produce tritium, a radioactive isotope that is used in making bombs.
In most fusion reactions, tritium actually is not a product, it is a reactant. The tritium reacts with the deuterium, because that generally produces more energy. But here, they're doing deuterium-deuterium fusion, which is pretty rare.
A reliable way to generate tritium would certainly be of use to the US Army. Ira Magaziner tapped into the political fears of the period and described a scenario where Japan, their fearsome economic rival, would swoop in and steal cold fusion from them, just like they had with electronics and automobiles.
You know, we have consulted in Japan, we've consulted with Japanese companies and in the past, and we understand the kind of effort that the Japanese are now devoting to this discovery, even before they've replicated.
This was an existential threat that meant they had to act now to fend it off. The total hearing is 5 hours long.
All the reason, give me my money now, please.
And much of it is dry. As the University of Utah group departed, so did many of their representatives. Most of them simply don't want to stay to listen to the much more skeptical witnesses. Of the other speakers that day, by far the most interesting was the group from Brigham Young University, the rival school to the University of Utah, just 40 miles down the road. And representing them was a very soft-spoken physicist named Stephen Jones. And he was singing a very different tune than Pons and Fleischmann. He didn't think that cold fusion was worth dumping millions into. At least not yet. He had even brought along a prop to help him explain.
I mean, looking at the questionable results by itself, yeah.
Now this is a tender shoot, as you can tell. It is difficult to say what it will become. Some think and suggest strongly that this is a tree, and it will grow up very quickly and provide us enough wood for all our energy needs for generations.
I know where he's going with this.
I do not think it is. I think adding too much fertilizer at this stage will be detrimental. I think we need to give it time, at least a couple of months, please, to see whether this is something that's a rose or a tree. If it should turn out to be a rose, we can then admire it for its beauty, even if we are a bit disappointed it was not a tree.
And by that
What a kind way to suggest his disagreement, and funny.
Meant this is a new, unexplored bit of physics, and that is worth studying. But a miracle energy source this was not. To hammer home the point, he made a comparison that the politicians...
Just like the old adage about miracle energy sources. If it works, it's a miracle.
...could easily understand.
On the other hand, I heard Mr. Jones say that the difference between that experiment and commercial productivity was the difference between $1 and the national debt.
For a room of politicians who had just been asked for $25 million, it made a compelling case. But why had he, of all people, been invited? Who even is Stephen Jones? Well, Stephen Jones is the reason any of this was happening at all. What he isn't telling the committee here is that he feels Pons and Fleischmann have fucked him over. Because what he's claiming is that he is the inventor of cold fusion.
Whoa. Oh, there's gonna be a part 2. Specifically, the dead grad student problem. Let's check this out.
Stephen Jones is a soft-spoken man. He's just spent the better part of an hour speaking to a room full of Washington politicians about his work in cold fusion. He comes off as humble, downplaying his work as a nuclear physicist. Like most professors at Brigham Young University, he is a devout Mormon. Most of his colleagues know him to be trustworthy, honorable. Some might even call him a Boy Scout.
Sure.
And it was almost certainly burning him up inside that for the past month, Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischman had been accusing him of stealing their work.
Wow. The plot thickens. Part 2, death. That's ominous.
Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischman are remembered as the fathers of cold fusion, for better or for worse. And that's
the fathers of cold fusion, more like the scam of cold fusion, not actual cold fusion.
Because they went public in a now infamous press conference on March 23rd, 1989. And 1 month out from that, they were asking Congress for $25 million. As Fleischman mentioned in their announcement,
small loan.
He and Pons had funded their experiment with $100K of their own money, and they had no other financial support. But what he didn't say is that in the year before they went public, they did try to get external funding. And that process had set off a domino effect that resulted in a leak, and was ultimately the reason they had went public an entire year and a half before they intended to. Through much of the 1980s, Pons had been funding his work through grants awarded by the Office of Naval Research. But when he approached them about his cold fusion research, they didn't think it was a good fit. After some shuffling around, Pons resubmitted to the Office of Advanced Energy Projects at the Department of Energy. The office had a bit of a reputation as the Office of Hail Marys. Its administrator, Richard Gajewski, once called it the home of orphans and infants.
For those of you who think regular fusion is a Hail Mary, cold fusion is what fusion is to regular fusion, as far as Hail Marys are concerned. Nah, I'm kidding. Regular fusion isn't that bad.
What he meant by that was his office was the last chance for projects that were considered too crazy for other departments. Pie-in-the-sky pitches that still deserved at least a little bit of funding. Gajewski had a lot of power in this office, and he liked to pick favorites. As it happened, one of his longest-running funding programs was for a professor at BYU, Stephen Jones. Jones was one of the experts in a niche area called muon-catalyzed fusion.
A muon is basically a really heavy electron. It has the same negative charge, but it's about 200 times bigger. And that's shown in his little sketch here by them orbiting that much closer to the nucleus than an electron.
A muon is a particle similar to an electron. It's just 207 times as massive.
There you go, 207.
A muon can replace an electron orbiting a nucleus of deuterium. Because a muon is so much heavier, its orbital radius is almost 200 times as small. This allows two atoms to sit much closer together, which vastly increases the odds of fusion. Muon-catalyzed fusion can and often does occur at room temperature.
That's true. It really does. The thing is, muons have a half-life of a couple of microseconds. It's actually decently high for a subatomic particle, but for you to make a power plant out of this, no. Compare that to fission, where a free neutron by itself has a half-life of about 15 minutes. Plenty of time for it to induce fissions in a nuclear power plant. Neutrons undergo beta decay into an electron and a proton.
After it was first demonstrated in 1956, for about a decade, researchers scrambled to perfect it, hoping that it would unlock an immense new energy source. And in fact, a New York Times article from 1956 even referred to it as, quote, cold fusion.
Note that I saw in that square it said muon fusion. It's really muon-assisted fusion. The things that are actually fusing are deuterium-tritium, or even this same deuterium-deuterium reaction that was talked about heavily in the previous video. But the muons aren't actually fusing, they're helping. Kind of like in a thorium reactor. The thorium isn't exactly undergoing the fission. It's uranium-233 after thorium captures a neutron and undergoes a couple of beta decays.
The issue is that the numbers just weren't there. It wasn't frequent enough to sustain itself as an energy source. but the concept never fully died.
It's that short half-life is what does it. But even if their half-life was longer, let's say it's 15 minutes, similar to that of a neutron, it still costs more energy to get the muons than you would from the fusion reaction. So these magical longer half-life muons, if they existed, you'd have the same problem as regular hot fusion. But that's not to say it's worthless. You just can't make electricity from it. It's still an interesting study into quantum tunneling and running an experiment that drastically increases that probability. I still think it's cool, but you're just not seeing a muon fusion reactor anytime soon.
Steve Jones at BYU was one of its true believers. Gajewski clearly took a shine to him. He'd funded Jones for 6 years now, giving him around $250K a year by 1988. It was a strong show of faith. But Jones knew,
wow, $250K in 88, that's close to $700K a year now.
His clock was ticking. Gajewski was getting pressure from his bosses to call it quits on Jones's work. Muon-catalyzed fusion was as dead now as it was 30 years earlier. He needed to pivot. Inspiration came in September 1988 when Gajewski sent Jones a proposal. The title was The Behavior of Electrochemically Compressed Hydrogen and Deuterium.
Okay.
And it was submitted by Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann.
Sounds like the same idea, compressing, but if by hydrogen, are they talking about fusion with hydrogen-1 and deuterium? That don't sound right. Let's see what they mean.
Jones was intended to act as a neutral referee, 1 of 5. The proposal was confidential. The cover specifically mentioned, quote, to use the information contained in the proposal for evaluation purposes only. You can probably guess where this is going. Later, Jones and BYU's legal team would release a detailed timeline of his research on fusion, supported by pages and pages from Jones's own notebook.
BYU has documents such as these lab notebooks showing their work goes back to at least 1986.
And if you watch his testimony in Congress, he will hammer home the point that he'd been working on this for years.
Deuterium into metals is going to lead to fusion, which we had in early '86. I should say, by the way, that this has been funded by this same Advanced Energy Projects, this particular idea, cold nuclear fusion, since '86. We pioneered that in May of 1986.
Wow. Jones has claimed that while his primary focus had been on muon-catalyzed fusion, he had spent some time and funding working on more traditional fusion work, like that of Pons and Fleischmann, even before he saw their proposal. And this is technically true. In March 1986, Jones had a chance run-in with a geophysicist, Paul Palmer, who had an idea that fusion can take place within the Earth via extreme pressure. They began to spitball the idea of piezonuclear fusion. Piezo means pressure in Latin.
So the piezoelectric effect is when something like quartz generates electric charges when subjected to pressure. But it would take a ton of stress and pressure and really strong electric fields to get things close enough for fusion to occur via quantum tunneling, kind of like the muon-catalyzed fusion, except here we're dealing with something more macro than micro, just a lot of pressure and electric fields, but I don't know. Such a thing hasn't actually been proven, but it's something that's not impossible, but generating that much energy, I think you're going to be better off building a tokamak or a stellarator or inertial confinement or something else. Just because of the really high energy requirements to overcome the Coulomb barrier.
In a memo dated April 1st, 1986, Jones wrote, "Could it be that metal hydrides provide an environment conducive to confinement and fusion of hydrogen isotopes?" And on April 7th, Jones, although he never actually uses the word electrolysis, he does write down several different metals. Among them is palladium. In one of his annual updates to Gajewski, he mentioned this piezonuclear fusion idea.
I mean, here we are, back to its ability to absorb hydrogen.
Two of Jones's graduate students, in May 1986, began experiments where they would load hydrogen into metals via electrolysis.
Crazy pressure.
But after months of attempts, nothing useful came of the experiments, and in September, they abandoned the idea. The most they got out of it was 2 term papers. And so, if we want to be lawyers about it, Jones's group did, independent from Pons and Fleischmann, come up with a cold fusion concept as early as 1986. but they soon put the idea on a 2-year-long hiatus. Jones's later explanation for the hiatus is that they were waiting on a colleague to build an ultra-sensitive detector that would allow them to continue the experiments. This detector was indeed finished around August of 1988, and we know from Jones's own notebook that he assembled his team for a meeting on August 24th, and they discussed restarting the fusion project. But then, and this is where it gets a little suspect, his notebook has a 29-day gap where he does not mention the fusion project. And then finally, he notes on September 20th that he received the Pons and Fleischmann proposal from Gajewski. It is only after this point that his group begins to start up experiments again. The whole saga is full of coincidences both in timing and in location. What are the odds that it's two Utah labs just 40 miles apart that would be racing to unlock the secrets of fusion? What we do know for sure is that Jones and his team jumped into action only after they had read Pons and Fleischmann's proposal, at a time when his funding was on the verge of ending. And so, by late September, his group was starting up experiments, and Jones wrote back to Gajewski that the proposal should be rejected. Or at least, he needed some clarifications first. And so, he begins to write to them anonymously. To Pons and Fleischmann, here is an anonymous reviewer asking very basic questions, clearly of the opinion that this experiment won't work. Only when they had shared enough details for him to replicate the experiment in its entirety did he change his tune and give it the thumbs up. Pons and Fleischmann had managed to guess that the reviewer was Jones because one of his critiques was that they hadn't cited a 1986 paper by him. And then one day, Gajewski phones up Pons and suggests that since Jones had worked on similar stuff before, they maybe work out a collaboration. From the perspective of Pons and Fleischmann, this was outrageous. Pons had refused to talk about this project to anyone outside Fleischmann or his own family for years, and now as soon as they submit a grant application, they had a physicist trying to force himself onto their paper. Although Pons and Jones have a friendly phone conversation, deep down Pons feels like their work has been stolen. Pons tells the patent officer at U of U that they may have a legal dispute on their hands, and he makes a call to a childhood friend. Gary Triggs grew up with Pons in North Carolina. He was a charming country lawyer who was not afraid to get his hands dirty.
It's interesting just how close everything is, and
When the dispute with Jones's group began to heat up, Pons had Triggs flying to town to help him re-strategize. Triggs also acted as a confidant, one of the few people Pons trusted without question. Even before Cold Fusion, Pons had used Triggs as an attack dog when he got into some hot water. At least 2 prior collaborations involving Dow Chemical and Synthetech used Pons as a researcher. When those companies couldn't reproduce his results, they asked for his data. Pons blocked them by getting Triggs to send cease and desist letters. One of Triggs' first acts in the Cold Fusion saga was to have Pons call up Gajewski and try to get him to admit to manufacturing this whole mess to help out his buddy Jones. If he said anything incriminating, they never did anything with it. Both groups go into overdrive trying to gather data in a race to get their paper out first. The U of U group is working 24/7, swapping out in shifts. The dispute begins to boil over around February, when Gajewski tells Pons that he's putting a freeze on their funding until the dispute is resolved. They've now lost all trust in Gajewski. They start to become paranoid. Both groups escalate the issue to the heads of their respective schools. Both the U of U and BYU administrations take over the negotiations. They arrange for sit-down talks. The U of U team visits BYU and tour the lab on February 23rd. Jones's team is impressed by how well made Pons and Fleischmann's cells are, and Pons and Fleischmann are impressed by BYU's radiation detector. But Jones tells them that he's been at this for 2 years and he wants to publish now. Pons and Fleischmann beg him for 18 more months. They need more time. But Jones says he can't wait. He agrees to cancel a talk later that week, but he's been scheduled to speak at a major conference in May, the American Physical Society. Can't you present something else, they asked him? No, he says he can't. He already submitted an abstract, and in it, he mentions cold fusion. He's given them a no-win scenario. Pons and Fleischmann are at a loss. The final negotiation is an agreement to publish back-to-back submissions to the same journal. After some debate, they agree on Nature, one of the most prestigious in the world. At the end of the meeting, both sides shook hands, but no paper had been signed. Nothing written had cemented the deal.
Never go by a handshake agreement. It's just not enough.
Neither side was happy, and any pleasantries were just performances. Reportedly, by the time Pons and Fleischman had walked back to their cars, they were calling Jones a thief. What if one of the papers got rejected and the other accepted? That paper would get all the credit. They believed there was only the nuclear option left.
I see what he did there.
Go public immediately.
BYU fusion researcher Stephen Jones says the U breached an agreement with Brigham Young University by announcing its fusion discovery to the media last month. Jones says the two universities had agreed to announce...
I didn't realize that in watching the previous video. Now things are making a little bit more sense as to why they went public when they did.
Their separate findings simultaneously.
It was still clearly a bad idea, but I guess they felt like they were in a no-win scenario.
There was no commitment, no promise of any sort that we wouldn't go public.
Around March 13th, Jones gets the feeling that Pons and Fleischman are going to screw him over. He phones them and they tell him something that is either, quote, a threat or a warning. He can't tell which. And so they hold their press conference on March 23rd without any heads up to BYU. At the press conference, a reporter asks if they are aware of any other group doing similar work. VP of Research James Brophy takes the mic. He says he wasn't aware of any other group, something he knows for a fact is a lie.
And with fusion coming to the forefront, the big rivalry between BYU and the University of Utah is no longer over football.
Okay, so now what's the deal here? Is it because somebody stole it? BYU says
Settle it over a football game. See how that works out.
that we were working on it together and that he came out first so he could get all the publicity. Imagine that.
Fleischman and Pons would go on to say many years later that they did not name their discovery cold fusion, that it was Steve Jones who was responsible for that. A couple weeks later at a conference in Italy, Fleischman and Jones will have a private conversation in the hall. Reportedly, Fleischman will apologize for how things got out of hand, but you can't put that cat back in the bag. By going public early, they had doomed their careers. Jones had found out about the betrayal when the Financial Times called him asking for comment. Jones was furious, but he feels a sense of relief at the same time. Knowing he's been betrayed rather than waiting for it is almost freeing. He goes on vacation with his family for the Easter weekend. They mail the paper to Nature as soon as possible. No one from his team will be going to the airport on March 24th to meet with Marvin Hawkins. And that leads us back to where we started. Marvin Hawkins, Pons' PhD student, clutching an envelope in a FedEx at the airport. A TV crew is there to film the meeting that won't be taking place. He'll end up submitting the paper and going home. Hawkins' name didn't make it into the history books the same way Pons and Fleischman's did. He's not a protagonist, but his story is still worth telling. Marvin Hawkins was 27 here. In the fall of '88, he was pretty much wrapped up with his PhD work. The only thing left for him to graduate was to write his thesis. If he focused on writing, he'd be out in just a couple months. It was in his best interest to try and get it done sooner rather than later, because after all, he was the sole source of income for a family of 5. He had taken a 2-year break from school for his Mormon missionary work, so he was a bit behind his academic peers. He needed a decent paying job. But in October of 1988, Stanley Pons, chair of the chemistry department, approached him with an offer. He was working on an incredibly interesting fusion experiment. Well, actually, it was more than interesting, it sounded groundbreaking. The sort of thing that could win a Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
It would certainly delay his graduation, and it wouldn't pay him very much, just $10K a year. But Marvin recognized it as the once-in-a-career opportunity that it was. And to work with Martin Fleischman, too? When it came to chemistry, that man was a god. Stanley Pons was a secretive man. Outside his family and his mentor Fleischman, he'd barely told anyone about this. His wife worked as his secretary, and up until August, he'd had his son Joey run most of the experiments. But he was getting married that month and left the lab. With a vacancy to fill, Pons approached Marvin. Part of why he chose Marvin was that he knew he could set up experiments on his own. He wouldn't need outside help. Fewer chance of a leak. Marvin worked for months, and to hear him tell it, without much help from Pons and Fleischman, on developing the cells that would soon become world famous.
Does everyone you build now work?
Or world infamous?
No. You know, as with any scientific endeavor, you've got some build-up, some mistakes, some reevaluation, some new processes that you want to incorporate.
As January turned into February, it was clear to him that Pons' group was in a race with someone at BYU. Whoever published first was guaranteed to make it into the history books. and whoever was second might, if they were lucky, get a single mention at the end of a long paragraph. They began to pull 24/7 shifts. Quote, there were times where I would go home for 3 or 4 hours and sleep and then get up and go back. And that happened for a month and a half. No weekends, no nothing. Your kids kind of tend to wonder who you are. Jamie Hawkins, Marvin's wife of 5 years, said simply,
doing nuclear engineering work, I remember working some busy outage-related jobs where you go in, where it's basically 4 on, 1 off for upwards of a month. That was before I had a kid, so I can only imagine trying to do that and raise a family. And this sounds so much worse, so much more painful.
It brought on a whole new meaning of the term widow. Having Marvin away from home was difficult, Jamie said, but we could see it was for a great purpose, so that made it a little easier to deal with.
Uh-oh, I'm looking at the title of this video. Something tragic happened to him.
Quote, obviously it's been very stressful on her. She's been very supportive. She's even come in from time to time and helped me collect data just to try and maintain some kind of relationship. It's not been horrible, but it's been hard. His kids missed him at home. Their daughter was old enough to understand it was important for her daddy's job, but their younger son was emotional. Pons seemed to recognize what a sacrifice Marvin was making, especially as a young father. Quote, Stan would call me numerous times and say, Jamie, I'm sorry that Marvin's never home, but realize soon Hawkins, Pons, and Fleischman's name will be in the lights. Hawkins' name never made it on to the paper.
Wow.
2 days before the announcement, Pons gives him the bad news. The school, for legal reasons, thinks it's better if it's just...
I mean, looking at it in retrospect, that might be for the best, but still.
...him and Fleischman on the paper. Marvin is devastated. In the couple days after the March 23rd announcement, the energy around the Utah campus was frantic. News crews were everywhere, and everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the famous cold fusion cells. Someone had also allegedly stolen the transparencies Pons and Fleischman had used in their press conference. And the day after the announcement, Fleischman took a plane back to Europe, where he'd be for a few weeks. Now, that meant Pons had been left alone and mentor, receiving more public attention than he'd ever had in his entire life. Phone calls were ringing all hours of the day, news crews wanted to interview him, his email account got hacked. They had to change his home phone number just to stop the ringing. In a profile for the Deseret News, Pons described himself with one word: scared.
Emotions can get absolutely destroyed.
That's a lot of pressure.
It's not that much more. For me, he's the same guy. The kids say, yeah, there's Dad on TV, and they run on and play. We don't know when we're going to have dinner. People want to talk all the time. We always say we're normal. We're still the same as ever.
Soon, a mysterious man from MIT would roll up, uninvited, and began asking questions. He only left when Pons tried to contact security. So with all of this context in mind, Pons realizes on March 26th that some of his lab books were missing. With Fleischman gone, the only other person who could have the notes was Marvin Hawkins. And so, Pons calls up another grad student, Mark Anderson, and asks him to take over a bit of the work from Marvin Hawkins. Here is where it gets odd. Hawkins attests that Pons and Fleischman asked him to make a copy of the notebooks and protect the original. And so he did that, making copies and then putting the originals in his brother's safety deposit box. After weeks of endless hours stuck in the lab, Hawkins and his family go on a ski trip for the holiday weekend, which Pons had supposedly offered to pay for. On Monday the 27th, Pons calls Hawkins and urgently tells him he needs the notebooks that day. It's not much of a leap for Pons to assume that Hawkins is upset with his name being left off the paper and that he may have taken the notes for leverage. Unaware that Pons suspects him of anything nefarious, Marvin leaves the ski trip and drives into Salt Lake City to drop off the photocopies of the notebooks and then returns back to his family vacation. But Pons is not happy with just the photocopies.
This is crazy.
And when Marvin checks in via the phone, Pons tells him he needs the originals right now. He essentially accuses him of stealing the notebooks. Pons and Hawkins' stories contradict each other quite a bit here. Pons claims he got a call from the Mormon church saying the notebooks were with them, and he should come pick them up. He alleges that Hawkins tried to sell the notebooks for millions of dollars or as some sort of religious donation. When Hawkins returned to the lab, Pons threatened to send the
Religious
police
fusion
after him.
notes.
Eventually,
Gonna start the
Hawkins
cult of
returns the
fusion.
notebooks, realizes he's been replaced, and leaves for his vacation a third time, but in a significantly worse mood. And finally, on April 4th, he receives a letter from Stanley Pons. He's been fired. Hawkins immediately goes to the administration and says he'll go to the media if they don't rectify the situation.
Wow.
He even calls Fleischman, who tells him he'll try and talk some sense into Stan. A day later, Pons and Hawkins sit down and have a meeting with two neutral third parties. In it, they agree that Hawkins should be allowed to finish his thesis, and his name will appear on the paper in the form of an errata. Marvin Hawkins, despite everything Pons put him through, still defends him to this day. Forgetting to add an author to a paper, especially when there are only 3 total, is not a very common mistake. When the errata was published, it raised eyebrows across the field, but it was not even the most suspicious correction. A small detail, easy to miss, suggested something deeply wrong about the science. A mistake so fundamental that some would accuse them of fraud.
Whoa.
When Stanley Pons addressed a crowd of 7,000 chemists at a stadium in Dallas, he was their rock star. He had delivered not just a win to the field of chemistry, but he had done what so many physicists had been failing to do for decades. Chemistry and physics are sibling fields, and they go hand in hand.
And yet they compete with each other.
But the scientists who study them naturally develop rivalries. And so to their peers, Pons and Fleischman were heroes. But to the...
So I'm not a scientist, so I never really felt that sort of thing, but I haven't really felt it much between types of engineers. Like, there's not one between, like, nuclear engineers or software engineers, for instance. Not as much overlap, I guess. I mainly see it towards the engineering department versus, say, the operations department or the maintenance department is where those kind of rivalries tend to show up. And a lot of it's kind of more jokingly, but I can't say I've ever really felt that way.
Physicists, they were tourists. A pair of overconfident hucksters messing with things they didn't fully understand.
What does that mean?
Fritz Will, former president of the Electrochemical Society, recounted a story where a Nobel laureate of physics told him, quote, "Fritz, if cold fusion were ever to be discovered, it wouldn't be discovered by a chemist."
If you look at the confirmations, they come principally from electrochemists rather than from physicists. If you look at the negative criticism, they come principally from physicists.
After people have been studying these reactions for 50 years, and they really have, that somebody at Utah, happens to stumble across a previously unseen low-energy reaction, the odds are pretty small.
Even worse in their eyes,
I can
was that
understand
Pons
the
and Fleischman had committed two major transgressions.
one of them.
The first was that they had gone to Washington and begged for money from Congress, a blatant attempt to skip over the usual peer-reviewed budgetary process.
Yeah.
The second was
like-
jumping the gun with a press.
That's the equivalent of, like, your boss won't fund the project, so you're going over your boss's head all the way up to the board, or even worse, because this would be external from the government. So yeah, that's not even as extreme of an example.
Conference before they published a paper.
And frankly, we're getting a little bit tired of having science done by news conference.
I wonder where your greatest responsibility is. Is it to the general public through a press conference, or is it to the scientific community? And I submit that is the case, that the public had a right to know as soon as possible.
But if most physicists were caught off guard by the announcement, none were more shocked than the physicists working next door to Pons and Fleischman at the University of Utah. You would think that at least one of them, hopefully a specialist in nuclear science, would have been asked their opinion, but no. Chase Peterson's mandate of secrecy meant that he had really only consulted with two physicists. His VP, James Brophy, an administrator who hadn't done research in years, and a distant relative, Hans Bethe, over at Cornell. When some of those physics profs attempted to speak to Pons directly, they found him in his office, swamped with calls. They were getting messages from physics departments all across the country with the assumption that they had seen and signed off on Pons and Fleischman's work. They hadn't even seen the paper yet. Now their credibility was on the line, despite having nothing to do with the work.
This is going to reflect badly on anyone involved or anyone even adjacent to it. At least everywhere I've worked, the review step was treated as more sacred, meaning the penalties were worse for the independent reviewer or the peer checker, even when it comes down to, say, a plant operator manipulating a valve in the field, making sure it's the right one. If an error were to be made and the peer checker or the supervisor didn't catch it, those were the people that the accountability measures were more severe.
They were not afraid to tell the local news exactly how they felt.
Before you commit yourself publicly and make a big hoopla about it, that you still do the critical work necessary to make sure you're absolutely certain.
They say they're embarrassed by last Thursday's announcement to the world before scientific peer review has had a chance to decide whether this really is or is not a breakthrough.
But even when the paper eventually got published on April 8th, many physicists were shocked by its quality.
The nuclear physics part of the program was not done in a very careful way.
The papers that were written by both groups were papers that, had they been written by my graduate student, I would not have let them publish it. I would have said, go back to the laboratory and finish the job.
The text had several errors and contradictions, all of which suggested to experienced scientists that the paper had been prepared in a rush. Although both clearly intelligent chemists, the general consensus was that Pons and Fleischmann had waded into an area way outside their expertise. Whatever their conclusions, they were almost certainly the result of several blunders.
And it seems like they felt their hands were forced, so this was just panic at this point, based on what I'm hearing.
Many physicists didn't even bother reading the paper. They knew for a fact this couldn't be fusion for one very simple reason. They were still alive.
They would get some nasty dose, because their little battery experiment... nothing with regards to radiation protection.
Their skin hadn't been irradiated to a crisp. The fusion of two deuterium atoms has been studied since the 1920s and is one of the most well-understood nuclear reactions we know about. As soon as fusion happens, you get an excited helium nucleus with 2 protons and 2 neutrons. But it only lasts for a moment, because it's unstable and will end up decaying into one of 3 radiation branches. In the first branch, the helium loses a neutron and sends it flying. In the second, the helium loses a proton, which leaves an atom of hydrogen with 2 neutrons. This isotope has its own unique name, tritium. The first 2 branches occur approximately 50% of the time. They're evenly split. The third branch is the most rare, with less than 0.5% chance.
Sure.
It stays as a helium-4 atom, but it ejects a super high-energy gamma ray as a photon. All 3 of these branches produce one high-energy radiation particle, either a neutron, tritium, or a gamma ray.
So as far as which one is worse for you, well, there's something called a quality factor when looking at radiation dose and their effects on the human body. Gamma rays will just pass straight through you. You're going to need a lot of shielding to protect you from that, and this is a high-energy one. By most standards, 5-8 inches of lead will do it, but this is pretty high energy. So that isn't going to stop all of it. Tritium undergoes beta decay, so an electron. So it's a bit of high energy radiation that also decays as well. So kind of double duty. As far as the tritium itself, though, it's heavy, but you really don't want to ingest it. I mean, after all, it's tritium. It's a form of hydrogen. You can have tritiated water. So talk about don't drink the water. And then we give you to the neutron, which is most hazardous. Anywhere up to 5 to 20 times worse than a gamma ray or a beta particle, for that matter, in terms of what it does to the human body, just because it's bigger and it's fast. Neutron dose is the reason why you can only get so close to the reactor at a nuclear power plant while it is operating. And that's going to be the one that causes most damage to the human body the most quickly. But really, all 3 of these are nasty, if you're going to be this close to an unshielded fusion core.
In other words, you cannot have heat without radiation alongside it. And remember, according to Fleischmann, they saw 4 watts for every 1 watt they put in. A single fusion reaction would produce about 1 trillionth of a watt. Meaning, to generate 4 watts, as claimed by Fleischmann, that would be around 2.5 trillion neutrons per second. More than enough to burn the skin off your body. So that begs the question.
And forget the burning the skin part. During the Demon Core accident, one of the high dose aspects was neutron dose, because they essentially made a small reactor for a very brief period of time by it achieving a critical mass and undergoing fission. This can cause a bunch of nasty internal dose that can lead to horrific internal bleeding, acute radiation poisoning. So the point is, this is more than enough to end it.
Question: how many neutrons did they see? Well, in their paper, they reported just 4,000 per second.
So neutrons are one of the big ways of telling if you achieved fusion or not, is they need to be measurable on a neutron detector. So 4,000 neutrons per second, okay?
1 billion times too low. An amount so low, you'd basically feel no adverse health effects. This issue became known by physicists as the dead grad student problem. The problem was that there wasn't one.
At this point, aren't you glad their experiment didn't work?
If Pons and Fleischmann had spoken to even one physicist at their school, they would have pointed this issue out immediately. But through a
you don't even have to be a physicist. You just need to know a little bit about radiation protection to know about neutron dose rates. They could have spoken to a technician at a hospital, for instance.
Combination of overconfidence, ignorance, and their desire for complete secrecy, they didn't ask any of their U of U peers. This is far from the only neutron number that they've shared. At his talk in Dallas, Pons mentioned a figure of 10,000 neutrons per second. And when Pons and Fleischmann recounted their mythical...
So these numbers in neutrons per second is a bit of a weird unit. Usually most detectors have something on the order of counts per minute. I mean, yeah, they just did a simple conversion. Obviously pretty hard. Obviously not hard to do, but it's kind of a weird way of reporting things. But it was also a different time period, so maybe it was more standard back then.
Meltdown, they can't get their story straight at all. Fleischmann once said that the meltdown produced, quote, no untoward radiation. And Pons said that there was no noticeable radiation.
Well, clearly they made a lot of radiation, it just wasn't behaving untoward, whatever that means.
Detected. And then even later, they gave a third version, where he said that the lab was, quote, contaminated. Okay, so then which is it? No matter the number, they were anywhere from 1 to 10 billion times fewer neutrons than they should expect.
Interestingly enough, it's possible for them to have produced a lot of neutrons without contaminating anything if it was over a very brief period of time. Now, the other thing about neutrons and why their adverse effects are considerably worse than anything else you see on this little whiteboard is they can activate things when exposed to a neutron field over time. That's a design consideration that needs to be taken into effect in any reactor design. And by activate, I mean something, say a metal, absorbs a neutron, and then it becomes radioactive. So now you have other radioactive material to work with, and you also have, say, alloys or materials that have become embrittled by the neutrons. Granted, it's nothing that can't be fixed with maintenance over time, and you'd eventually need to replace bits and pieces of your shielding, but it's something that any nuclear engineer would account for.
Orders of magnitude upon orders of magnitude. Their method for establishing the background level of radiation was not exactly reliable either. Pons and Fleischmann observed that their neutrons had no clear pattern. They appeared randomly in bursts. But all around us, cosmic rays from outer space result in small, random bursts of neutrons all the time.
Sure.
That is background radiation.
Neutrons and just about anything else.
A lab underground will have a lower background than one above ground, and even air pressure can have a huge impact. Apparently, to get their background level, they took 2 measurements, one right next to their cell, and then one at a spot 50 meters away. This is not a useful background test because the location is completely different. They should have instead measured the background at the same location once with the cell removed or turned off.
Yeah, that's really how you would calibrate any sort of detector. Use a known source and then use your unknown source, not without changing the parameters that you use to test your known source.
Why were they being so vague with their numbers? Well, because they don't usually do this sort of work, they had to borrow a neutron detector.
Oh, that's good. Possibly one they didn't know how to operate.
The thing is, the one they borrowed was a medical device, and so was normally used to measure large radiation spikes that might cause a health risk. It's really inaccurate for the low levels they were reporting.
That is exactly right. There are different detectors are used based on different types of radiation, but also the energy levels of the radiation. So even if you're dealing with just neutrons, there's radiation that's designed to detect. There are detectors that are designed to detect fast neutrons, and there are ones that are designed to detect thermal neutrons, which is a way of saying ones that have not been accelerated. The point is, you really need to use the right sort of detector for the job, otherwise you're just going to be way off.
And the thing is, they seem to recognize all these issues. They knew their readings were far too low. They say it in the initial press conference.
We have a relatively low rate of production of neutrons. Rate of generation of tritium and the rate of generation of helium-3 is only 1/1000th of what you would expect if the fusion reactions were those experienced in high-energy physics.
But of course, the media covering the story would not have picked up on just how significant that detail was.
Kind of surprised they said that without even anything else. Like, okay, we're showing this low, but this is but a low reading on this detector means which means the actual number of neutrons is really 1 billion times higher, or whatever the actual number is. But that's just bizarre.
Even the not dead grad student himself, Marvin Hawkins, acknowledged this issue as early as April 14th. This is a damning admission. It shows that they were not seeing what theory predicted, but rather than assume they had made a mistake, they made a huge leap in logic, and ran with the idea that maybe the theory wasn't fully correct.
Theories are made to explain experimental data. We have the experimental data and we see no theory for it yet. So they're going to have to rethink some things.
I mean, they are, but I don't know. This is kind of like one of those things, like you hear hoof steps that sound like they're coming from an animal, and this is somewhere in Texas, but you don't see what the animal looks like. Do you think horses, or do you think zebras? Which is more likely?
That means there's some additional physics going on in the material that we do not yet understand.
Could it possibly mean there's a mistake?
No.
Ooh, a flat, primed, ready to fire no. Didn't even take in or internalize that. He was ready to deflect that. Man.
Sure that it's right.
I'm sure.
It is a bold strategy to say the least, and one that they were forced to adopt because of their race to beat Stephen Jones. With this in mind, it does reframe Jones's work. Let's put aside the matter of priority for 1 minute. Steve Jones and his team are physicists. They know exactly how many neutrons they should be seeing, and have a state-of-the-art detector to do it.
And exactly how many neutrons it takes to get a lethal dose.
And they did a proper background test. His group was seeing literally just 2 neutrons per hour. Just 2.
Wow.
That is 10,000 times less than the already shockingly low number from Pons and Fleischmann.
That's actually kind of hard to measure. That's like, yeah, because it's background.
That amount should work out to just 1/trillionth of a watt. And that's where the distinction between the two groups lay.
Number one, there is fusion, cold nuclear fusion, at a very low level. Number two, the level is not enough to lead us to suspect heat. Therefore, my conclusion is that we don't have heat due to fusion.
I would say that cold fusion is hopeless as a source of energy.
Yeah.
This is a very, very critical difference, and the media coverage in the immediate aftermath did.
Yeah, 2 neutrons per hour versus 4,000 neutrons per second. So we're talking, well over 1 million.
Not do a great job of conveying this. Both groups are claiming something remarkable, but only Pons and Fleischmann are arguing this could be a new source of energy. To go back to Jones's favorite analogy, if his claim was $1, theirs was the national debt. He may not have been first, but his results certainly sounded more realistic.
That's funny.
Indeed, among physicists, Pons and Fleischmann were viewed largely as quacks, but this Jones fellow, well, maybe there's something there. Although certainly the most obvious problem, the lack of neutrons was not the only issue people saw with the paper. Take the tritium, the other radioactive product you'd expect to see after fusion. In their paper, they reported 10 to 20,000 counts per second. Compared to the neutrons, this was around 10 times as much. But it was still 1 billion times too small to correspond to the heat they saw.
Yeah.
It was also weird that they were seeing more tritium than neutrons.
It is, because it's a 50-50 shot. It could even be as simple as they don't know what they're doing as far as how to operate the detectors.
The 50-50 branching ratio means you should be seeing pretty much equal amounts. So where else could tritium come from? Tritium, just like neutrons, can be created naturally via cosmic rays. The difference, though, is that this only happens in the upper atmosphere, and even then extremely rarely. However, the U of U chemistry department isn't exactly a good baseline.
Tritium is also produced as rad waste. Nuclear power plants are cooled by water. Some of water is deuterium, and deuterium can absorb a neutron. Low chance, but it happens. And considering you're in a constant neutron flux and it's a water-cooled reactor, yeah, you're making tritium. In a heavy water reactor, you're making more tritium. And it's treated as liquid rad waste, and it goes through what's known as the Advanced Liquid Processing System. And that mainly uses filters and demineralizers to remove other radioactive contaminants. But the tritium itself, dilution's the solution. With water, you have it on site in hold-up tanks till enough of it decays away. You have it in waste hold-up tanks, you dilute it, and then once the concentration gets to low amounts, you can discharge it into seawater, which will dilute it even more. And the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has various limits on what's considered acceptable, all of which are very conservative. But yeah, that's the other way to make tritium, is in a nuclear power plant byproduct.
Labs that often deal with radioactive materials will leave behind radioactive contaminants. Heavy water, although primarily deuterium, will have tritium in it a few times higher than the normal background level. Not to mention, another common lab material is something called tritiated water, where all the hydrogen atoms have been replaced with tritium.
It's so interesting to me just seeing, because it's still H2O, and it's chemically the same. I mean, it's denser. We're dealing with water.
It's a notorious contaminant that will get into the air if you're not careful. If you haven't assessed the tritium background before running the experiment, how do you know where the tritium came from? Let's go back to the main reason this is even supposed to...
This is like fundamental science stuff about establishing a controlled environment before running any sort of experiment.
...work at all. Palladium absorbs deuterium like a sponge. So much deuterium packed so tightly causes astronomical pressures, at least according to Fleischmann. Let's give you a frame of reference.
It's a lot of pressure, but fusion-inducing, no.
1 atmosphere of pressure is what most of you are breathing right now. The bottom of the ocean is around 1,000 atmospheres, and the pressure in the core of the sun is 100 billion atmospheres. And yet, Pons and Fleischmann claimed that their palladium rods were experiencing an effective pressure of 10 to the 27 atmospheres.
What? Okay, forget fusion. Are these guys making a black hole? Or some kind of extreme vacuum bomb? I mean, we're talking nuclei collapse at these pressures. Fusion would be far more ready than what you would see in stars. And you could smash quarks, get neutron star level of compression with these melted down quark soup, gluon plasma stuff. Forget dead grad student problem. We're talking dead anyone in I don't even know how many mile radius of this thing. It really depends how much of an area is at that sort of pressure. But yeah, no known material on Earth can withstand that. The only thing that could, we're talking neutron stars and black holes. That's the order of magnitude we're talking about here.
By compressing deuterium gas, D2.
Somebody dropped a zero somewhere.
Between 10 to the 26 deuterium gas, D2. Then you will need between 10 to the 26 and 10 to the 27 atmospheres of pressure.
Him even saying that reveals how ridiculous this is.
That is 10 quadrillion times more than the core of the sun. This is such a baffling number, and should have been a major red flag to either of them.
Crimson.
Once again, this was a detail announced in their initial press conference, but the media reporting on it would not have picked up on the absurdity. As it turns out, they had made a basic mistake. they had used the wrong equation. When the correct equation is applied, the pressure in their cells is only 15,000 atmospheres. Higher than ambient, yes.
Lovely.
But still far, far too low to enable fusion. But perhaps the most outrageous omission from their experiment was a basic control test. The most primitive control they could have run.
Yeah.
Instead of using heavy water, use light water. Use hydrogen instead of deuterium.
Just basic water.
If heavy water produced excess heat, and light water didn't, then it was solid proof that fusion was behind the heat.
Or you could at least start going down that rabbit hole. By itself, I wouldn't make any unsubstantiated claims just yet.
But if light water also produced excess heat, it would suggest that there was some sort of mistake.
Or if it produced more heat. How about that? It produced heat because I turned the faucet on high. There you go.
In their heat measurements. Pons and Fleischmann had simply not done a light water control. We know this because Fleischmann was asked this exact question by the director of CERN, Carlo Rubbia, at a publicly recorded talk. This is the actual audio of their exchange.
Martin, if you don't allow me to do that, by asking you a direct question, namely, all this is done with deuterium in the water. Did you ever try to do the same experiment, replacing deuterated water with ordinary water? If you do so, what happens?
I must confess to you that those experiments are just going on now, and we will hope to give you that answer very shortly. The reason we haven't done so is that if you do that experiment, you do in fact ruin the electrodes, and we have so far had very limited resources.
Those who were
You could tell that's bullshit. Wow.
present recall that several people gasped. His answer effectively boils down to, we didn't have time or money. But this just doesn't line up.
No.
They have said repeatedly that they started
How bad's their water bill?
experiments in 1984, almost 5 years ago, and they didn't run a light water control even once? In the press conference, he said this.
We have tried very hard to prove ourselves wrong, all the way down the line.
Evidently, they didn't try hard enough. According to Marvin Hawkins, they didn't start running light water tests until late April, almost an entire month after they had announced to the world their breakthrough discovery. On April 9th, Stan Pons will claim that he ran light water controls. We know this because Chuck Martin, a good friend of Stanley Pons, called him up about an experiment that he had run.
What had happened was that Chuck Martin was doing experiments with both heavy water and light water. We now know what was incorrect with that particular experiment, that he had a bad earth connection to a thermometer, so power was entering the cell through the thermometer and heating it up, which was not, of course, in the book balancing. And he called up Stan Pons this weekend, immediately before that date, and said, we're seeing heat with heavy water, we're really excited. And Pons said, that's great, I knew that somebody was going to reproduce it soon, I'm glad it was you. And then Martin said to him, but we have a problem, we are also seeing heat with light water. And Pons said, that's the most exciting thing, we see it too.
That's awesome. There you go. Protium fusion. You guys did it. Yeah, you don't even have to enrich your water. That's awesome, isn't it? Though you should also be careful when you're drinking from the tap, because you might start a fusion reaction.
When he's asked if he's run a light water control at the ACS meeting in Dallas, he responds, quote, a baseline reaction run with water is not necessarily a good baseline. We do not get the total blank experiment we expected. It is a cryptic way to answer that question, but reading between the lines, one can imagine that he was hoping for a different result. Later, on April 20th, Nature will publicly refuse to publish the paper submitted to them by Pons and Fleischmann, as all three of its reviewers have been highly critical, and they focused in on the lack of a light water control.
Wow.
If they had truly been working on this for 5 entire years, how had they run a light water control? Pons was indignant. Quote, I'll argue that the control is taking a palladium rod that absolutely does not work and place that side by side to an experiment that is, in the same solution, and that is a control experiment. It's never done anything that did at you. This is nonsensical. you can only know that a palladium rod doesn't work until after you've tested it, by which point it can't be a control. Unless there is some measurable difference between the working and non-working palladium, this is worthless. And on April 25th, the Wall Street Journal will report that Mr. Pons says he has a plain water experiment producing small, unmeasured amounts of heat. In summary, we really have no idea what their light water result was because Pons and Fleischmann don't seem to know either.
The referees in that journal, that is the people who decide whether to allow that article to be published or not, said they needed more information. The Utah group said, hey, listen, we don't have the time, we don't want to go through the trouble right now to provide you with information, give us our paper back, we won't even be bothered.
He also got Gary Triggs to send Nature a threatening letter. In a move that likely stung quite a bit, Nature did say that they would publish Stephen Jones's paper. A mistake is not the same thing as fraud.
Yes.
You can unknowingly make an error.
Big difference between being negligent and knowingly submitting bad work. Big difference in the consequences, too.
Find out later that you made a mistake, the proper course of action is to come out publicly, admit it, and either retract or correct it. Embarrassing, yes, but certainly not unethical.
No.
Where it turns into fraud is when you deliberately try to cover up that mistake. Just a couple weeks after their paper was published, they released an errata, adding the name of Marvin Hawkins. But in that same errata, they also changed a graph. They did not provide a reason why. If they had, it would have raised alarm bells. Unfortunately for them, at least one person had been paying close attention.
The guy from MIT.
On May 1st, a Boston Herald story is printed that quotes MIT physicist Ronald Parker, calling the work, quote, scientific schlock and possibly misrepresentation and maybe fraud.
Oh boy.
A few weeks earlier, Parker's group had attempted to repeat the experiment, but hadn't seen any evidence of neutrons.
Our analysis indicates it's likely that many, many fewer neutrons were observed than claimed, if any at all.
Although they said they would keep at it. But this headline was a clear step up from the previous statement. Parker, likely fearing that he might get sued, later tried to deny that he said any such thing despite his interview being recorded. Given Pons' tendency to sick Gary Triggs on people, he was probably right to be worried.
MIT is used to being right on top of every scientific discovery just as it happens. That increases their frustration.
But his reason to suspect fraud seemed to be justified, thanks to a tip from a colleague named Richard Petrasso. Petrasso had stumbled onto a highly suspicious piece of data in the paper. In his eyes, cold fusion was a ridiculous claim. It was, quote, just glib bullshit as far as we know. The only piece of evidence that made him remotely interested was the gamma ray spectra.
It's not wrong.
Fusion is supposed to emit neutrons. That much you know by now. Because they were short on funds, Pons and Fleischmann borrowed a low-sensitivity neutron dosimeter. All this detector could do was count neutrons. They don't tell you anything about where those neutrons came from. If we could measure the energy of those neutrons, we could be far more certain they're coming from fusion. And so, we want to look for gamma rays. Gamma rays are high-energy photons, typically emitted by a radioactive source. By measuring all the gamma rays in a lab, you can plot them on an energy spectrum. It will have a sloping background level with lots of distinct peaks jutting up. Each peak is associated with well-known energy levels. This peak at 1.46 MeV, for instance, comes from radioactive potassium, which is present in the environment and also your body.
I remember doing experiments like this where you'd have a mixed or possibly unknown source, and then you take a spectrum of them. Basically, you have a detector that not only counts them, but is also hooked up to a bunch of electronics that essentially map the energy levels of each individual peak, and yeah, you can figure out what it is. That's one of the labs. It's a pretty common lab that's done in nuclear engineering class. I think the class was called just measurement and detection of radiation. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, anyone in this field should know how to do.
Same with this peak at 2.62 MeV, which comes from radioactive thallium. There is also a peak that can prove fusion is occurring. When a neutron is emitted into a water bath, it will gradually slow down until it collides with a proton and become captured by it. This emits a gamma ray. And its energy level is extremely precise.
So water acts as a moderator for neutrons. It slows them down to the point where they can interact with matter. And that's why water is used as a moderator and a coolant in a lot of types of nuclear power plants, because it's doing double duty of increasing the odds of causing fission, whereas a fast neutron would just blaze on through.
It is 2.224 MeV with very little wiggle room. A gamma ray from fusion should look like this, a peak at exactly 2.224. And in the paper published by Pons and Fleischmann, that's exactly what you see. A peak in almost the exact right spot. Except there was an earlier draft of this graph. In both their submissions to the Journal of Electroanalytic Chemistry and Nature, they had submitted a graph with a peak way to the right, at 2.5 MeV. There is no relevant radiation phenomena that occurs at 2.5. It is just straight up the wrong value.
Yeah, that could be anything. I can't say I know off the top of my head what all the individual peaks are. There's a few that come to mind, but 2.5 MeV, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Pons and Fleischmann might have realized this if they had asked even just one colleague in U of U's physics department. Indeed, if the Journal of Electroanalytical Chemistry hadn't...
That's another thing. Get it reviewed, get other experts involved. That's another reason why you do that. But nah, these guys were in a hurry. They had something to do.
Rushed the peer review process, they would have sent it out to a reviewer with knowledge of nuclear physics, who would have caught this problem and likely rejected the paper. Ultimately, though, the graph with 2.5 was never made public, because on March 28th, Fleischmann was giving a talk in the UK at Harwell Labs, and the audience members there immediately recognized the peak as a mistake. Later that day, he told Pons over the phone, and Pons then submitted a new graph with the peak moved to 2.22. Not just that, though. The y-axis had been scaled from 20,000 down to 2,200, just 10% of what it used to be. In the facts he sent to Nature, he did not explain the reason for this correction. This, of course, is all behind the scenes.
This is some Ninovnium levels of shenanigans right here.
Not public knowledge. When the paper was eventually published, the only hint that something had changed is that an equation still had 2.5 in it. Without knowing that the graph had been changed, people thought this was just a typo. Richard Petrasso initially thought the same, but fortunately for him, he happened to have friends who worked at Nature who had seen the original graph, and they let him know that the peak had changed. Now, Petrasso thinks that there is something highly suspicious going on, but beyond that, the new graph had other problems. For one, it was far too zoomed in. Sure, there may be something at 2.22, but unless you can see the full range of energies, you can't tell if it's a signal or if it's noise. The shape of the peak also looked weird. It's about half as wide as it should be. And there are distinct features that were missing to the left of the peak.
That's right, they don't have the Compton edge here. So yeah, straight out of Compton. So yeah, your gamma ray collides with an electron and it transfers some energy to it. And this scattered gamma has less energy than the original gamma because some of it's now carried away by the electron. So this little edge here that you see just to the left of 2 MeV is the highest energy that the electron can have. I mean, this is a spectrum. We're talking about a range of gammas hitting all sorts of stuff in your target. So this Compton edge is the highest energy the electron can have because it got scattered at 180 degrees, which is the maximum, hence the sudden drop-off after the Compton edge occurs.
There should be a slope known as the Compton edge. And even further left, there should be a bump known as the first escape peak. The Pons and Fleischmann graph lacked both of those. Petrasso wondered...
They doctored it. They made it look too pretty, basically, to see if they can fool anyone. Wow.
If there was a copy of the full spectrum somewhere. Luckily for him, Pons and Fleischmann had let a bunch of Utah news stations come in and film their lab. And so, he went and scoured every news clip he could find until he found a clip from CNN. In it was a computer screen with the full spectrum.
Yep.
Because he knows exactly where the peaks for potassium and thallium should be, Petrasso was able to scale the rest of the spectrum.
Wow.
And lo and behold, when he looked for the so-called fusion peak, it was at 2.5 and not 2.22.
That's a good peer review, even when the other person, even when it's an unsolicited peer review and you're looking at something without their axes labeled. Okay.
Petrasso began phoning people at U of U to get more info. He even sent a student to Salt Lake City just to see if any more news channels had more footage. Marvin Hawkins confirmed to Petrasso that the peak was originally measured at 2.5. But he wasn't the only person who backed that up. Pons had needed help with the gamma ray measurements, and so he had asked a medical radiation physicist named Robert Hoffman to perform them. In fact, Hoffman, just like Hawkins, had his name left off the paper at the last minute.
Interesting.
A move that felt like a personal slight. After the press conference, Hoffman refused to work with Pons and Fleischmann ever again. Hoffman later ran some new tests and came to the conclusion that an issue with the preamplifier in the circuit caused artifacts in his spectrum. He wrote a letter on April 27th to Pons where he stated that there was no evidence for anything at 2.2 and that the 2.5 peak was an artifact. He was essentially retracting his data from their paper despite being left off as an author. Petrasso was outraged. With no explanation,
hence the ending of the previous video about how they... Yeah, okay.
Pons and Fleischmann appeared to have fabricated a critical piece of evidence. He began to write a paper lambasting them, which he would later submit to Nature. He was reportedly so angry about this that the original draft of his letter was so emotional, he needed a colleague to help him tone it down. Nature will reach out to Pons for comment, and after he doesn't reply for weeks, they gave him a deadline. His response was apparently so volatile, Nature declined to publish it. Petrasso's paper is published on May 18th. It will be a crushing blow to Pons and Fleischmann's credibility, an indisputable smoking gun.
Yeah.
Gary Triggs will later attempt to block the paper, but this amounts to little more than idle threats. But Petrasso's paper wouldn't matter. That's one of the ironies of this story. Scientists knew just how damning the gamma rays were, but to the media, it was just one of a dozen other criticisms flying around. Really, the media only paid attention an entire year later, when a book by Frank Close exposed the behind-the-scenes shenanigans, and he heavily implied fraud, or at least as far as UK libel law allowed him to.
I then spoke to Marvin Hawkins, the graduate student, and he didn't know either. And I said, let's get this straight. I said, it's clear that a peak was measured at 2.5. There are 4 people involved in this experiment. Fleischmann doesn't know how it's moved. Hoffman doesn't know how it's moved. Now you're telling me that you don't know how it's moved. And he said, I think you've got the picture now.
But by that point, it didn't matter. Cold fusion had been dead for a year.
5 laboratories have successfully repeated the experiment. 6 others have failed.
Tonight, other scientists at MIT and elsewhere are saying they have evidence suggesting there was no fusion.
For now, at least, the skeptics seem to outnumber the believers in the San Francisco Bay Area, where so many top-ranked scientists work.
And a Duke scientist says the problem with Pons and Fleischmann's work is that it amounts to sloppy science versus reproducible science. 2 groups of scientists at the University of Michigan announced today that they have found no evidence to confirm claims of a fusion reaction.
It all comes
back here in this country, a spokesman for the Los Alamos labs is denying earlier reports that scientists there were close to repeating the experiment.
Weeks earlier, lab after lab announced that they had confirmed part of cold fusion. But by now, just as many labs had declared the exact opposite. They couldn't see enough neutrons, tritium, or any gamma rays. For physicists, any of those 3 would be the gold standard proof of fusion. And yet they...
Or specifically a combination of these in the correct ratios. But sure, the fact they couldn't find anything, that just tells you they're not even remotely close.
Did not see them. But for chemists, the most compelling piece of evidence had always been the calorimetry, the heat. After all, if we go all the way back to 1985, we have the original piece of evidence that was so convincing, so unambiguous, that it swayed both Pons and Fleischmann into believing they had seen something nuclear. The mythical meltdown. A 1 centimeter cube of palladium had melted, and left a hole in the lab bench and concrete. They could think of no chemical reaction that could cause so much damage, produce so much heat. It had to be nuclear. But the thing is, no one actually
Nuclear melts stuff down, right? Like in 3 Mile Island. Sure.
Witnessed the event itself. All we know is that the cube melted.
But no one's
By this
around to
point,
hear
plenty of theories had been put forward that weren't so mythical. If you have a partially enclosed container that is slowly being filled with oxygen and hydrogen gas, and a bunch of it leaks out of the palladium all at once, all you'd need was a rogue spark, and you'd go up like the Hindenburg. And as we saw before, at least 2
Hydrogen,
labs,
yeah.
Livermore in California and North Carolina U, called off their experiments because they had explosions. And their conclusions were that they had accidentally caused traditional chemical explosions. Nothing nuclear about it. Pons and Fleischmann have said repeatedly they could not think of a single non-nuclear explanation for the heat that they saw. They'd had 5 years to ponder this issue. Maybe they just lacked imagination.
Or they were just so zeroed in and they really wanted something. They were so focused they couldn't comprehend of something that wasn't consistent with what they believed.
Even besides the meltdown, Pons and Fleischmann said that they had seen 300% excess heat. 4 watts out for every 1 watt in. It was those numbers that made the news. Those numbers that convinced the world the era of fossil fuels may come to an end far sooner than expected.
Even if it was taken at face value, that amount of an energy increase over what you put in, that's still not necessarily groundbreaking.
But there was at least one chemist, one electrochemist in fact, who seriously doubted those numbers as well. Nathan Lewis was a 33-year-old professor at Caltech, with a solid reputation among his peers, especially for his age. Chuck Martin, a friend of both him and Stanley Pons, said, quote, "I'm not as young as Nate,
I like how interconnected all
nobody's
these people
as smart
are.
as Nate." He called him, quote, "one of the most fiercely competitive son of a bitches you'll ever meet." On March 23rd, when cold fusion was announced to the world, Chuck Martin had phoned Lewis's wife and frantically told her to record it on CNN. Nate absolutely needed to see this. Lewis's group at Caltech had been trying to replicate cold fusion since day one. Initially, Lewis let his postdocs do most of the work, as at first he was highly skeptical. He told them they were allowed at most a single day. But after talking to some peers and hearing more about Pons and Fleischmann, he figured maybe there was something to this. Quote, "They're a little flaky, but they're not crazy. I don't know what to think." What really got him interested was talking to a Caltech physicist named Steve Koonin, who told him about the extremely similar work by Steve Jones at BYU, who was known to be a fusion expert. The scandalous backstory there wasn't public yet, so to Lewis, this seemed like 2 groups independently stumbling onto the same thing. And so he directed his group to try and take a real crack at this thing. As the frenzy around cold fusion grew, Lewis's team grew to 15 chemists and physicists working side by side. Their neutron detector was around 100,000 times more sensitive than the one used in the Utah work. But they could only do so much when the paper lacked experimental details. There was no calibration data for the calorimeter. In fact, the paper didn't list even a single temperature reading. It only reported results in terms of watts of power. Lewis had...
That's also a red flag right there, a big one. Just not telling the whole story.
Personally emailed Pons asking for more info, even just a preprint of the paper. Pons called him and was friendly, but said he'd have to wait for a copy. Lewis asked for anything. Just anything he could give him, and Pons only gave him a cryptic warning. Quote, "Be careful. We've had explosions. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I want you to be careful."
That's ominous.
As for what to avoid, Pons only offered this. Avoid high current and sharp edges. Lewis and his group would have to push forward using their best guesses. Weeks go by and they see
important
nothing.
lab
And through the
safety tip
grapevine,
there.
they hear about some folks at MIT who think the gamma ray data is highly suspect. Lewis is convinced that this has all been a wild goose chase.
This is the Caltech cold fusion group, which of course was with the major anti-groups.
That's awesome.
But even at this point, he wasn't willing to go public against it yet. Steve Koonin had invited him to speak at the upcoming American Physical Society meeting in Baltimore. This was going to be the physics equivalent of the Woodstock-level meeting in Dallas. Lewis initially declined the offer. But one night, he stayed up late to watch the congressional hearing on C-SPAN. It was there he saw the University of Utah ask for $25 million for unproven research. And it was also where Fleischmann divulged a piece of information that had not been public before. A comment so innocuous that no one in the room caught its significance. But Lewis did. And it was so offensive that he decided he couldn't sit back anymore. He phoned Steve Koonin back. He was going to speak in Baltimore, after all. Dallas had managed to attract 7,000 chemists into a basketball arena. APS in Baltimore would manage just 2,000.
Probably the most amount of chemists
it is no
that's ever been in a
Woodstock,
basketball
and
arena.
some likened it more to a political convention. But it will still go down as the stuff of legends. Steve Koonin gave one of the more memorable talks, and he had a dry sense of humor that played well on TV. Quote, "One could theorize about how pigs would behave if they had wings, but pigs don't have wings." He had been running computer simulations to see just how likely it was that deuterium would fuse at room temperature. He found that even with a deuterium ball the same size as the sun, only one fusion was likely to occur in an entire year. To end his talk, he did not mince words.
Wow. Theoretically, I would say that the BYU results are dubious, but not impossible. My conclusion is that the current situation is gloomy, but not yet terminal, and one needs a few more sensitive experiments to decide what's going on. Let me then turn to the Utah experiments. My conclusion, based on my experience, my knowledge of nuclear physics, and my intuition, is that the experiments are just wrong, and that we're suffering from the incompetence and perhaps delusion of Drs. Pons and Fleischmann.
Throw down the gauntlet.
Now, by the standards of an academic conference, Koonin had dropped a bomb. But this was still a toned-down version of what he wanted to say. The Caltech lawyers had told him that whatever he did, he couldn't use the word fraud. He had warmed up the crowd, and they were hungry for the killing blow. In Koonin's words, if he had hit a triple, then Lewis was about to hit a home run.
Well, Steve, you really shook him up. Steve knows something about the experiments I'm going to tell you about, so he's a little justified. There are two pieces of news. Steve knows something about the experiments I'm going to tell you about, so he's a little justified. There are two pieces of news. One, I'm a chemist. Two, I'm an objective scientist.
He starts out with the questions many in the audience had been asking.
Sure.
Where are the neutrons? Where is the tritium? He also gets a small jab
Basically, the fusion equivalent of Pixar, it didn't happen.
About the gamma rays.
We never saw anything above the background. And to prove that to you,
they actually measured the background.
The foreground, and I'll show you the whole spectrum, not just. And you see that we basically, if anything, see a little bit of negative peak in the 2.2 region.
But soon, he'd move on to the real issue in his area of specialty, the calorimetry, the heat.
Let's turn to heat. Heat is confusing to almost everyone, including almost all of my electrochemical friends, and I will try to walk you through this and you will be shocked. Guaranteed.
Calorimetry is not as simple as pumping in electricity and seeing the change in the water's temperature. You need to measure how fast the water is heating up. Accurate calorimetry needs a closed system. You have a box, and you make sure no heat is entering or leaving that box without being accounted for. Notably, the Pons and Fleischmann cells were open-topped. And since electrolysis of heavy water generates deuterium and oxygen gas, it's fair to assume that not all of it will be absorbed by the palladium, and some of it may escape the cell into the rest of the lab. Now, this is not inherently flawed as a setup. In fact, compared to a closed cell, this is a much safer design that reduces the risk of explosions. As long as you're keeping track of the gases leaving the cell, your calculations can still be accurate. But Lewis argued
using something like a fume hood or some sort of ventilation would help just the buildup of hydrogen that could explode.
That Pons and Fleischmann's math only worked out if you assumed that 100% of the gases escaped. However, in reality, some percentage of the gases will recombine back into the water, injecting small bursts of heat into the system. Lewis argued they had no way to prove that wasn't happening.
What's interesting is recombination of hydrogen is something that's actually used as a safety mechanism in a nuclear power plant. So, one accident scenario at a nuclear power plant, during a loss of coolant accident, water reacts with hot reactor materials such as zirconium cladding for the nuclear fuel. And when it gets very hot, and by hot I'm talking well over 1200 degrees Celsius, zirconium interacts with water to generate hydrogen, which is volatile. So catalytic materials such as palladium are utilized to recombine hydrogen gas with oxygen in order to convert it back into water. They also give off heat, but that removes the hazard of a potential explosion within the reactor containment building. And again, this is all about fission, so it's interesting where the physics tends to overlap.
Another flaky assumption was that the temperature in the cell was uniform. Lewis argued that the cells could easily have hot and cold spots. Even something as simple as stirring or using multiple thermometers would help eliminate potential errors. Lewis gets a major laugh when he explains how his team got the dimensions for the fusion cell.
We built an exact cell as best we could from all the press photos that we had of the Pons-Fleischmann cell.
That's amazing.
We measured the ratio of their wrist to their arm and got a good scale length. We built the cell.
A fusion cell, half a cubit in length.
By far the biggest bomb dropped during Lewis's presentation was the realization he had while watching Pons and Fleischmann on C-SPAN.
Where do these last numbers come from? The 4 to 1 and 10 to 1. By the way, these last two numbers, the biggest two, are calculated in error even by their own formulas. This 1224 should really be only 306, and this 286 should really be 143. But that's not the real part. If you read the congressional record, and you look on C-SPAN, I told them that we knew this, and they didn't reply to me.
It is this moment right here.
One of the results which I'll show you, one of the sets of calculations which I'll show you on the next slide, and is really a hypothetical energy release. I'd stress that because it involves the recalculation of our data.
And he said it so casually, so quickly before moving on to another point that no one caught what he meant. But he had just admitted that the heat values, the 1 watt in and the 4 watts out, weren't measured directly. They were theoretical.
But Fleischmann pointed out, if you read it very closely, that the third column numbers were hypothetical, and he knew that we knew that. So he did point it out for the first time in public last Wednesday.
They had measured a palladium rod that was 1.25 centimeters long. But through some scaling process they did not explain, they extrapolated this result to a 10 centimeter long rod. So in their extrapolation, they could get 300% excess heat, but their average measured value was only 27%. Obviously, that's still in the green, but compared to 300%, this was a much, much smaller number, which meant there was plenty of room for error in the calorimetry.
Well, shoot, get a 10-meter long palladium rod cell and you can have a 10,000% increase. All right.
And instead of dividing it by the total power in, they divided it by an imaginary quantity. The current times an assumed voltage, half a volt. Not the voltage as they measured, just the voltage they assumed. All of these were this numerator divided by
this is scary.
Fixed arbitrarily
that they got this far and wow.
Chosen voltage. And so those numbers in the third column were scaled based on this arbitrary choice of half a volt. And that's where the 4 to 1 and 10 to 1 that are reported in their paper come from. I just want to make sure that that is clear. So we have no evidence for neutrons. We have no evidence for gamma rays above background. We have no evidence for tritium production at any reasonable rates. We have no evidence for ambient helium, above ambient.
And see, they actually defined what these limits are. Yeah, above 100 neutrons per hour per cc. Yeah, tritium, because all these numbers above background, above what's acceptable within their devices, measuring tolerances. Yeah, in headspace. I like that.
We have no evidence for any excess enthalpy in our measurements.
As soon as he finishes, the applause is roaring. It lasts an entire minute. Lewis himself said that he felt like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Lewis had spoken quickly and with confidence, and he had plenty of quips to share with the media.
This experiment hasn't been reproduced by any national laboratory or any university yet.
Probably made this guy's career.
Without a good football team.
The Lewis talk was so devastating that around half the audience left the conference immediately after. An organizer tried to get them back to work, meaning they had more talks to listen to. One person shouted back, "We are getting back to work." Pons and Fleischmann, despite an extended invitation, declined to attend Baltimore.
Of course.
They were right to avoid it. An editor for Nature, David Lindley, called the conference, quote, a hanging party lacking only its intended victims. Notably, Steve Jones did accept an invitation. If you remember, it was an abstract he had submitted to APS in February mentioning cold fusion that had kicked off this entire chain of events. By now, his set of talking points was locked in. His dollar versus the national debt. The flower growing versus the tree. He'd also taken the time to practice some limericks, poking fun at Pons and Fleischmann.
Last night upon the stair, I saw a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away.
I have no idea what this means. The rehearsed nature of his talking points helped to cover up the fact that he was extremely stressed from all the public attention and criticism. He was still being accused of stealing the idea, and was no doubt covering his bases with BYU's lawyers. One reporter from the LA Times said that Jones had lost 13 pounds in the past few weeks from stress. Still keen to assert himself as the rational cold fusion discoverer, at a panel of 9, including himself, he proposed a show of hands vote as to whether the group believed Pons and Fleischmann's results were real. The vote went 8-1 against. When he asked the same question about his own work, the vote was better. 6 in his favor, 3 against. His neutron rate of just 2 per hour was so low, some thought he had just measured a cosmic ray burst and was deluding himself. Others found his presentation tacky, a chance to grandstand with Pons and Fleischmann being absent. He even showed off his legally notarized logbook pages, which made him seem more interested in patent rights than figuring out any scientific truth.
Some of the physicists who heard Jones use that analogy say they don't think the sprout is a tree or a flower. They think it's a weed.
This was still the Pons and Fleischmann show, and Jones's attempts to redirect the spotlight were floundering. The APS conference threw a wet blanket all over Washington.
Today, White House Chief of Staff John Sununu was supposed to meet with U of U fusion chemist Stanley Pons, but Sununu canceled. To top it off, the House Science Committee was supposed to visit Pons' lab next week, but today the committee canceled.
When we look back on the history of this scandal, most point to Nathan Lewis's talk as the fatal blow. But many scientists had already chosen sides by this point. In an audience of mainly physicists, he was just reinforcing a view that many of them already believed. He wasn't the first to come out against, nor was he the most famous or even the most vocal. His presentation, while more interesting than your typical academic talk, would quickly bore the average person. Maybe part of it is that it feels satisfying in a dramatic sense. Here came a fellow electrochemist, willing to speak out against 2 of his peers. By the end of the night, CNN was running the story, and the tide was beginning to turn.
Scientists meeting in Baltimore have declared cold fusion studies at the University of Utah dead.
I think it's improbable in the Jones case, but not impossible. I believe that it's impossible in the Utah case. Either there's some secret ingredient or some uncontrolled variables that they're not telling us about, or B, that it's wrong. And I'd put my bets on the latter right now.
The number of experiments that have been done in the University of Utah is very few. I mean, it's incredible in 5.5 years they've done so little.
Tens of millions of dollars are at stake, dear sister and brother, because some scientists put a thermometer at one place and not another.
The Times remarked, the government would do better to put the money on a horse.
Whether you want to attribute it to Baltimore or the public's short attention span, the media decided that as of early May, cold fusion fever was over. Lewis's talk was held on May 1st. This graph of articles on a week-by-week basis shows that there was a massive plummet the week following the conference. And despite a small spike the week after, interest had died by June and would never recover.
It hit the cover of Business Week, Time and Newsweek in the first week of May '89, and I was told that this was the first time the same story had been on the front cover of all these since Kennedy's assassination.
Wow.
This is the last time cold fusion will receive this level of mainstream spotlight. Only local Utah media will continue to cover it with any consistency. But as one physicist said at the time, the corpse of cold fusion will probably continue to twitch for a while.
Yeah, what's the half-life on these stories?
I don't think he realized just how bang on he was.
Whoa, what's happening here? Wow, I'm excited about part 3 of this. Specifically, the conspiracy to kill cold fusion. Conspiracy. Who are the conspirators? The laws of physics.
On the 22nd of July, 2023, a preprint of a physics paper appeared online. It will be all anyone can talk about for the next month. It concerns a material called LK99, a room temperature superconductor.
Okay, I heard about this one. The superconductor that wasn't.
Superconductors were first found in the early 1900s. They're remarkable because they have almost zero electrical resistance when brought down to frigid temperatures, often close to absolute zero. And then in 1986, something amazing happened. Physicists had stumbled onto materials with critical temperatures as high as 77 Kelvin, a temp we can reach with liquid nitrogen. It was a complete upending of the scientific status quo. In one of the fastest turnarounds in the field's history, the discoverers won the Nobel Prize the very next year.
So let's back up. So critical temperature is the point where you can't make a substance a liquid if you go above it, no matter how much pressure you apply. Because say in a pressurized water reactor, for instance, the temperature of the water, its liquid water, is on the order of 600 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's very heavily pressurized, upwards of 2200 psi. So it's still liquid water. Above that temperature, liquids and gases kind of blend together in what's known as a supercritical fluid. This is not to be confused with taking a reactor supercritical, which means you're raising reactor power. But the significance of having a critical temperature so low of 77 Kelvin is, like you said, that's when liquid nitrogen boils. So if you go if the critical point is less than that, that presents some challenges. You're going to have to use something colder, like liquid helium, which is more of a pain to work with. It's less abundant, it's more costly to storage, and you go through it quicker. You go through it more quickly compared to liquid nitrogen, which nitrogen is everywhere. 70-something% of the atmosphere. And it's actually the threshold for above 77 Kelvin is considered high temperature superconductors. They can help out with things like power grid efficiency, minimizing your line losses, as well as anything that uses big magnets like MRI machines or particle accelerators, or even nuclear fusion reactors. Though I'm still talking about hot fusion rather than cold fusion.
Since then, the path forward has been obvious. Keep raising the temperature. Find one that can operate at room temperature. Without the limitation of cryogenic coolers, maglev trains could go further, MRI machines would be cheaper.
I mentioned maglev trains, that's another cool application.
And even our power grids might be 20% more efficient. Maybe one day we could end our dependence on oil and gas. It would fundamentally change the entire way we lived.
Just by more efficient transmission lines? I mean, your oil and gas will go further that you're using for power plants, but sure, he's talking about an optimistic goal to its logical extreme. That's fair.
And we've been searching for that holy grail for decades. That's why LK99 took the world by storm. For a brief moment, people wanted to believe in something. LK99 wasn't particularly exotic. A mixture of copper, lead, phosphorus, and oxygen with a hexagonal crystal shape. It looks like a hunk of unremarkable gray metal. Two of the paper's authors, Lee and Kim, said they'd been working on it since 1999, hence the name. This made for a great underdog story. If real, it would almost guarantee Korea
using that sort of mentality, like COVID-19. Okay.
Korea its first ever Nobel Prize, a goal the country had been chasing for decades. Because it was made of relatively cheap and easy to find materials, the barrier for entry was super low. It was so accessible, in fact, that everyone from huge national labs to hobbyists in their basements were cranking out experiments. Science is most often done out of the public eye, mostly because it's difficult, but also because it's generally very boring. But with LK99, this was something different. Amateurs were documenting their progress on Twitter. Reddit threads tracked updates with meticulous detail.
The idea of having an experiment peer-reviewed by how many likes or upvotes on Twitter, that's hilarious.
LK99 was a spectator sport because it felt like history was being made in real time. Part of what really captured people's imagination was the videos. The Korean team had shown a piece of LK99 about the size of a coin levitating in a magnetic field.
Nice.
This was a showcase of the Meissner effect, one of the two main properties of a superconductor. Soon,
Meissner effect is when a superconducting material gets below its superconducting temperature. It expels a magnetic field, a repulsive magnetic field, hence the levitation.
More videos of levitating scraps began to appear on Twitter, each one being viewed as further evidence of confirmation. On Bilibili, a Chinese social media app, one levitation video became the most viewed video of August 1st. The reaction from many was that there is clearly something here. It doesn't take fancy equipment to tell you what you can see with your own eyes. With the cryptocurrency market crash,
I think I know where this is going. He's drawing the parallels between this and what was presented in the previous parts. I like that.
Crashing in 2023, many speculative investors turned their attention to LK99 as the next big thing. Korean and Chinese tech stocks surged for 2 weeks before returning to normal in early August.
I wonder what it must be like to be a speculative investor. I guess you just put a little bit into something in hopes for a massive return that probably isn't going to happen, but why not roll the dice sort of situation.
Scams, hype, and misinformation flourished. Fan fiction about the authors was being published on Twitter, but shared without people realizing it was completely fake. The language barrier made it even harder to verify fact from fiction. But many scientists from the beginning had been skeptical. This was not their first rodeo. They'd lived through Hendrik Schoen, and Ranga Dias had a paper retracted just the year before. Everyone and their kitchen sink had claimed a room temperature superconductor before, and it was unclear why this one would be any different. First of all, the paper hadn't even been peer-reviewed. It was just a preprint. And second of all, levitation is not exclusive to superconductivity.
Biggest red flag right there is just no peer review. So if you're trying to figure out if something is a superconductor rather than a mediocre conductor, sorry, that was bad, you need to observe the elimination of electrical resistance below its critical temperature, the levitation, the Meissner effect type of levitation, the one that due to a magnetic field that gets expelled when you get below said critical temperature, and you just need to measure it. Measure temperature, measure current, measure magnetic field strength. Kind of like trying to measure the cold fusion device without having neutron detectors.
Plenty of magnetic materials levitate for a variety of less interesting reasons. And thirdly, no one had provided the data that actually mattered. The resistivity. Unless it reliably went to zero.
Resistivity is the reciprocal of conductivity. So yes, that's another way you can look at the same thing.
There was plenty of room for error. The skepticism was met with pushback. Open minds are how paradigms are upended. Let's wait and see. But as the weeks wore on, the tide quickly began to change. At least 15 labs found they couldn't replicate the effect.
Sleuths.
A paper published in Nature on August 16th was considered by many the definitive final word. LK99 isn't a superconductor. It is an insulator. Any effect that looked like superconductivity.
So not even a mediocre conductor, the opposite of a conductor.
Was inconsistent at best and due to impurities in the samples, which arise due to contamination in the fabrication process. These effects are not superconductivity, but rather small instances of regular magnetism. There was no obvious evidence of fraud, no data that was knowingly manipulated. They just got it wrong.
Yeah.
None of this controversy needed to happen, and it can all be traced back to one key reason.
I mean, misinterpretation of results can happen. Just one of the reasons why I have it peer-reviewed, and there was probably a lot of hype. I mean, these guys were looking at it since 1999. They really wanted to believe it to be true.
Because the team went public before their paper was properly peer-reviewed. Both Kim and Lee said that the initial paper was posted online without their permission by another author. Lee called it incomplete, and Kim admitted it was full of flaws. As for why that author rushed to go public, the reasons are unclear, but some signs point to a fear of leaks. But it is clear that they thought they had something truly real. Even though much of the world stopped paying attention in August of 2023, some true diehards persisted. The original Korean group told anyone still listening that future papers would fix the issues. And throughout 2024, groups in Japan and China insist that they are on the verge of a breakthrough. At the time of writing, it's a little more than a year since LK99 had its 15 minutes in the spotlight. There is something powerful about its promise that allows it to persist in people's minds. They put aside their usual skepticism because the potential payoff is so big. Like betting on the lottery.
Yeah.
You know the odds aren't great. Astronomical even. But if it ever paid off, it would change the world.
Reminds me of that one quote, I think it was from The Office, where Kevin said, if someone gives you 10,000 to 1 odds on something, you take it. Just put a couple of bucks down. Something to that effect.
So why not keep trying? What's a couple extra months? What's 1 year? What's 2? The longer you keep at it, the lonelier it gets. Every day you keep going, your peers lose a little bit of respect for you. And you may even pass a point where your credibility is permanently stained. By then, why not go all the way? You just have to keep hoping that it will all be worth it.
Without some morals or something to believe in on this planet, be it God or science or whatever you truly believe in, what do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What reason do you have to survive? What reason do you have to go on?
He that doeth nothing is damned, and I don't want to be damned.
Huh. Limbo, okay.
For the majority,
I don't know. That to me, that still sounds like an application of the sunk cost fallacy.
Majority of the world, Baltimore, 1989 is where cold fusion died. It was so thoroughly eviscerated, alongside the credibility of Pons and Fleischmann, that anyone with just a passing interest gave up on the dream. It became just another entry in a long list of scientific inventions that turned out to be nonsense. Polywater, N-rays, turning lead into gold, shorthand for the impossible.
Ether.
But ideas are nearly impossible to kill entirely. If it's tantalizing enough, there will always be champions for it. And so began the long, long summer. If you were in the room itself, cheering along 2,000 others to Nathan Lewis's talk, you might have been compelled to call cold fusion dead then and there. But those who weren't in Baltimore that day were not as easily swayed. Dozens of other labs had reported positive results. They were also seeing heat, neutrons, tritium, or some mix of the three. Many were still on the fence, and the overwhelmingly negative atmosphere in Baltimore felt like a witch hunt to some, a level of skepticism that was crossing the line into prejudice, a refusal to even consider that there may be something new going on here.
People who have been unable to reproduce the experiment are not doing it correctly.
Lewis's talk had been recorded, but many scientists were not able to watch it for themselves.
So, even if we were to play devil's advocate and say they really were onto something, not being able to reproduce it easily with, the limited set of instructions they got, that doesn't exactly make it look like it's that good. So even if it wasn't complete hogwash, if it's going to be challenging, that still has the potential to shut something like this down.
And only heard of it secondhand from colleagues. Some argued that Lewis had done what he and so many others criticized Pons and Fleischmann of, going public before they had a peer-reviewed paper. But Lewis and his group were aware of this criticism, and so they did what Pons and Fleischmann's did not. They opened themselves up to questions. Lewis was personally on the phone for hours each day, speaking to those who wanted answers. His group sent over their data and calculations via fax machine to anyone who wanted them. And in several cases, his team called up labs with positive results and pointed out errors in their experiments that eventually led to retractions. And this is why ultimately many groups came over to Lewis's side. Pons and Fleischmann had spent months refusing to divulge key information despite asking for millions of dollars in taxpayer money.
Transparency is a good way to win people over. After all, it shows you trust them. You can always take it too far, but still.
And on the rare occasions they did respond to questions, they often contradicted past answers. In Dallas, cold fusion's advocates were on top of the world. In Baltimore, its critics struck a near fatal blow. But you could argue that in both cases, those were echo chambers. The true decisive battle would require a confrontation of both sides. And that would take place in Los Angeles on May 8th. This was a special session of the Electrochemistry Society. This is the definition of home turf for Pons and Fleischmann. It's not just chemistry, it's electrochemistry, their exact subfield.
We visited the Colosseum where the Christians, were...
These guys are experts in.
Fed the lions. The parallel has occurred to me.
They'll be surrounded by allies in a smaller arena of just 1,600. and the organizers had made a point of stacking the list of speakers with only those who reported positive results. However, as soon as news of this became public, the organizers received massive backlash.
The fact that there are like sides, allies, enemies, I mean, that immediately shows that there's funny business going on. And I know I'm not, because part of peer reviews in any sort of scientific work are to avoid your own preconceived biases and have them confirmed or rejected, and have your hypotheses confirmed or rejected just in the interest of science. So the fact that we're at this point, man, it's not looking good for them at all.
Backlash, and agreed to accept negative papers too. The conference itself took place without much friction, but it was the press conference that took place after that caused a PR nightmare. Hugo Rossi, Dean of Science at U of U, called LA, quote, the end of innocence. After enjoying an amicable relationship with the press for over a month, you can tell from the very first question that the vibes have shifted.
Dr. Fleischman, I was one of the few reporters that paid the $200 to get in there, and I think on behalf of the press, we'd like to object that the session was not open to regular press coverage. Are you willing to acknowledge?
Ooh, that's so, yeah, paid to get in and not even getting to ask the questions they prepared. That's
any possibility at all that your observations are wrong and you did not have fusion, or are you completely convinced you had fusion?
Look at the expressions on his face as he's hearing the question being asked of him.
I have always been ready to acknowledge the fact that our experiments may be faulty. If we turn out to be wrong, I'll be the first to admit it.
Fleischman shows visible frustration here.
Yeah.
Pons and Fleischman had done a major pivot since Baltimore. The lack of neutrons wasn't bad news, it was actually good news. Why? Of the three radiation branches, they were focusing on the wrong ones. They shouldn't actually be seeing neutrons or tritium. They should be seeing helium. Here's the...
Okay, seeing the one that happens less than 0.1% of the time. I mean, yeah, it's large enough scale, you're going to see all of it, provided you have the right devices to see them, that is to say, the right radiation detectors.
Big issue, though. The third branch does not occur nearly as often as the first or second.
Yeah.
Whereas those two occur roughly 50-50, the third branch is just a fraction of a percent.
I thought he was going to say they're lucky that they didn't say neutrons, because if they did, well, the guy in the room would have had a very high neutron dose, hence the title of the previous episode, The Dead Grad Student Problem.
You could make the argument that something about doing it at room temperature might change these percentages, but there is no solid evidence to back this up.
I mean, it shouldn't any more so than the bare physics of room temperature creating this deuterium-deuterium fusion reaction would prevent them from seeing it from the get-go. So, no, neutrons have been detected. I remember just basic measurements of neutrons from neutron sources at normal room temperature in college, not to mention measures of neutron dose at an operating nuclear power plant at 600 plus degrees Fahrenheit at 2200 plus PSI. And the readings do change when you're shut down and you cool down, but that's because as you're doing it, you haven't recalibrated your detectors for the temperature change yet. So the point being, when you measure background radiation first, like you should be doing when you're doing any experiment involving radiation before you bring your sources in there, that should at least baseline your detectors enough, rendering that a non-issue.
In fact, muon catalyzed fusion, which can and does often occur at room temperature, shows no significant change in its branching ratio.
Talked more about that in the previous episode.
And there's another thing.
Yeah.
This branch should give off gamma rays at 23.8 MeV. And since they weren't seeing those gamma rays, they argued that those rays were being absorbed by the palladium lattice.
23.8 MeVs is a lot. It's kind of like, the other question is, how much palladium are you going to have to stick in there to slow down 23.8 MeVs? More than they have.
A convenient explanation. But again, even this would have some visible evidence. High-energy electrons whizzing through water causes Cherenkov radiation, which has a distinct blue glow, which should be visible to the naked eye. When asked if they had seen this...
Oh, it very much is. That's the cool blue glowy thing you see when a nuclear power plant is shut down. And that's the result of those particles traveling faster than light in water. You can't travel faster than light in a vacuum, but you can travel faster than light when the light has been slowed down, which is cool.
Pons said, quote, "To tell you the truth, we haven't even looked for it. We've turned the lights off in the laboratory and haven't seen anything, but it's not that dark." Helium tends to stay embedded within palladium, and so 2 labs present at the conference, MIT and Sandia, called Pons' bluff.
What are they going to suggest next? Chop the palladium in half and see if it glows?
They said they'd be happy to analyze the palladium to see how much helium was present. Pons says they can't do that for nebulous legal reasons.
That decision is not up to us. We have a prior commitment, and the decision is not up to us.
Palladium.
We will get fast results. We will get these analyses done forthwith. Could you explain the nature of the prior commitment? No.
Los Alamos is
just a flat no. I like that.
Is in talks with U of U to make a collaboration happen. That deal, like many more to come, would soon fall apart. Pons' ever-growing paranoia and Utah's fear of handing the reins over to the federal government meant that negotiations would soon break down.
Los Alamos Laboratory has broken off negotiations with the University of Utah to collaborate on the Pons-Fleischmann experiments. The lab director says Los Alamos is tired of waiting for the U and will continue collaborating with BYU and Texas A&M.
Later on, a reporter, Tom Heppenheimer, angrily asks them why they haven't been able to run tests looking for helium.
Where is it?
Where is it?
We have not run that analysis yet.
Why not?
It is being run now.
We heard that people promised 3-day turnaround. I can get this on my...
I did not. I found out about that about an hour ago. Okay. I've not waited for laboratories to...
Central issue.
What?
You just dodged the most essential issue.
To make matters worse for our duo, the list of speakers got a last-minute addition. Nathan Lewis had called in a favor and was going to commandeer the podium to ensure the negative side was properly represented.
We have no evidence for helium. We have seen no neutrons at levels 10 to the 7th times more sensitive than are reported by the University of Utah results. We have seen no evidence of gamma rays. We have seen no tritium in excess of the tritium that would be obtained by the natural enrichment of tritium in water. In conclusion, we have no evidence in our laboratory with any of our samples for fusion.
Natural enrichment of tritium. Yeah, by using some same roundabout logic, tritium waste in a nuclear power plant, you could argue we made fusion from fission. That sounds cool.
It is very difficult to believe that there are 3 sets of magic samples in the world.
One of the more memorable criticisms Lewis made was the lack of stirring in the cell, which may lead to hot and cold spots. Pons and Fleischmann tried to rebut this with a video presentation. They showed one of their cells.
I mean, come on. If you're making a fusion reactor, one key thing about any reactor design is you want it to be evenly distributed. That shows up in fission reactors. You want the heat distribution to be uniform. If it wasn't stirred or mixed, even if they did make it a fusion cell, I don't think it would be a very good fusion cell. It might have the equivalent of putting low octane fuel in your car. It'll have your car's fusion reactor knock all the time. I don't know.
Bubbling and then added a red dye to it. They argued that if the dye mixed in uniformly, then by extension, so would the temperature. Lewis disagreed.
Yes, the magic uniform temperature tracking dye.
And argued they could not know this for sure unless they had actually measured this with multiple thermometers. When they're asked some critical questions about their gamma ray data, Fleischmann, through a bit of wishy-washy language, retracts the data. Their most convincing piece of evidence was now gone, and a key reason many scientists lost respect for the duo. And for what felt like the millionth time, they were asked if they had run a control with light water. Fleischmann jumps in to say they never have. Chuck Martin, who is sitting in the audience,
hydrogen fusion, awesome,
is stunned by this, as he had spoken to Pons over the phone one day and heard the exact opposite. But one moment, more than any other, will be shared on the news all across the country. While Nathan Lewis is complaining about the lack of public data, Fleischmann loses his cool, and they have a tense exchange which requires a moderator to intervene.
I'm very sorry that Professor Lewis has no information on the tritium levels. That is available, and is available in the correction list to the paper.
We know the foreground, we don't know the background. I would like to
The
specifically...
background, I beg your pardon, the background is available in the corrections to the paper.
That might be. I would like to specifically hear
then
whether or not
please
helium...
Don't.
Could we go on? Could we go on with questions, please?
Certainly.
Fleischman claims here that the info Lewis wants is in the errata. Lewis backs down in the clip, and Fleischman appears to get a win here. But when Lewis later checks the errata published in April, the data is nowhere to be found. Fleischman...
Yeah, we changed our numbers without giving an explanation as to why is part of an errata.
Had been referring to a second errata, which wouldn't be public until June. While this is going on, Pons stares into the crowd with an expression that says he'd rather be anywhere else.
You wish now, looking back on what you've been doing this last month or so, that you had just published this quietly instead of holding a news conference and kicked off this whole...
I don't think the result would have been any difference when the paper came out.
I think it would have been a very marginal difference.
Yeah.
But I wished we had been left to get on with our work at our own pace, without the media attention.
Wow, coming from the guys that called a press conference before having their stuff peer reviewed.
This would be their last press conference in public for almost an entire year. There had been 6 major meetings in just 2 months dedicated to cold fusion, unprecedented for any scientific phenomena. There will continue to be meetings hosted all over, but attendance continues to drop. The next one in Santa Fe, they plan for 1,500 attendees, but only 500 show up. And although they have their fair share of interesting details, they can be summed up with the comments of Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb, perhaps the most accomplished fusion expert in the world.
Yeah, he did a lot of fusion in the form of weaponizing it not long after fission was weaponized, in the grand scheme of things anyway.
Though he wanted to believe in cold fusion, he suggested that they needed an entirely new particle to explain what they were seeing, the Meshuggah-tron, a play on the Yiddish word for crazy.
Okay, I was going to say, that one's a new one to me. That's awesome.
It's here where we'll fast forward.
Love the background music.
If you wanted, you could tell the story of cold fusion week by week, all the way till the end of 1989. I'll leave that for the books. Instead, I'll cover the highlights. In April, the Secretary of Energy, James Watkins, had ordered all 12 of the US national labs to work on cold fusion, and he had asked for weekly progress reports. In the meantime, he had also ordered the creation of a dedicated panel to investigate the issue. This panel was led by John Huizenga, an alumnus of the Manhattan Project. He assembled a group of 22 members, including Richard Garwin of IBM, Steve Koonin of Caltech, and Darlene Hoffman of Berkeley. Their job was to review the data of all labs reporting positive results, and in several cases, they had members visit in person. To avoid accusations
They're going to review the data, but they're not going to get data from Fleischman and Pons.
of bias, the panel consisted of a mixture of nuclear fusion physicists, electrochemists, and everything in between. Accusations of bias would be made regardless, many of them by Stanley Pons.
Fusion scientist Stanley Pons previously put his lab off limits to the committee, saying they are biased against the experiments. But last-minute changes in that committee cleared the way for this visit.
Despite telling him beforehand that they wanted to see a full calibration data set for a working cell, when they arrived, Pons said he didn't have that, and that none of the cells were currently producing excess heat because they had just had a power failure.
Oh, wow. Obvious excuse is obvious, man.
When the panel visited other labs, like that of Texas A&M and Stanford, not a single visit happened to occur when a cell was actively producing heat. But on the other hand, there was an ever-growing
Yeah, it's one of those uncertainty principle things, right? The act of observing it changes the result, and too many people are observing it. It's one of those clap your hands if you believe kind of devices.
List of labs that had negative results: MIT, Caltech, Bell Labs, Brookhaven, Yale, Los Alamos, Princeton, University of Michigan, Sandia, Argonne, Max Planck Institute,
the red dots.
University of Tokyo, Chalk River. For Fleischman, the most demoralizing one on a personal level had to be Harwell.
Britain's Harwell Laboratory announced it is giving up its attempts to duplicate the fusion experiments.
He had personally sent them fusion cells a month before the announcement, banking on their neutron detectors to see something he hadn't. but they declared in June they were stopping all cold fusion experiments.
Probably because they didn't see anything on their neutron detectors.
Harbel's reputation is such that it basically killed cold fusion entirely in the UK. And by now, many of the labs that had initially come out in favor had one by one retracted the results for one reason or another. It's worth exploring some of those reasons. On April 10th, 2 groups had raced to become the first in the country to confirm cold fusion. They were Georgia Tech, led by James Mahaffey, and Texas A&M.
Hey, my alma mater, Georgia Tech. Let's see how bad this makes them look.
Led by Chuck Martin. Georgia Tech later announced an error just 4 days later.
Okay.
Fusion researchers at Georgia
They reported the error. Good.
Tech have apparently run into a snag.
They realized with horror that their neutron detector was highly sensitive to temperature.
Oh.
So much so that even holding it in their hands doubled the neutron reading.
Squeeze it really hard. I'm making fusion. Awesome.
This is the sort of everyday equipment issue that would have been identified long before ever going public. But because this was cold fusion, and everyone was in a race to get second, they...
Yeah, the overhype, because that's a pretty obvious one. Just like I mentioned earlier, you check the background and you check the sensitivity.
Basic mistakes were made due to urgency. It was such a miserable experience that Mahaffey described their attraction as, quote, like going to a hanging where I was the hangee. The oversensitivity of neutron detectors was a widespread problem at several labs. At the minuscule scales they were observing, you could see a neutron spike from nearly anything. A radiation source 1 room over, a sodium lamp, or a sudden power draw in the electrical grid. Nuclear science labs, more than most places, would be filled with contaminants left over from past experiments. And even suppliers of palladium are found to have traces of tritium in their stocks before they ever get to a lab. Chuck Martin's group found they were seeing excess heat in light water as well as heavy water. They even swapped out palladium for carbon electrodes, and they still saw it. After
carbon fusion, that only happens in stars. That's pretty cool.
much digging, they realized that their thermometer had not been properly grounded. It was supplying extra electrical current, heating the water slightly.
I mean, ionizations, heat, just like with a Geiger counter, if you crank up the voltage too much, then you're going to get so many high counts just from the voltage causing ionizations, and then your detector is going to break.
Action comes 2 weeks after their initial press conference. Chuck Martin, who was a close friend of Pond's, spent weeks in a state of personal agony over the issue, but eventually decided to retract the paper. Pons viewed this as a personal betrayal. 2 grad students in Seattle made waves on April 13th when they became the first groups to claim evidence of tritium production. They were using a mass spectrometer to count gas molecules. H2 has a mass of 2. D2 has a mass of 4. DT has a mass of 5. And TT has a mass of 6. If they saw masses of 5 and 6, it would imply tritium production. However,
or something else with a mass of 5 and 6.
This is still an ambiguous test, as it relied on the assumption that DDH and D3 were not being produced, which also have masses of 5 and 6 respectively. When they reran the experiment, they confirmed that they were seeing plenty of DDH, but no DT. They retracted the results on May 25th. Lewis's group at Caltech worked for weeks trying to come up with every possible explanation for a false positive.
It's almost this dark side of optimism, of wanting to see something so cool that could revolutionize human civilization. But it's just why you have to stay in process. Keep doing all of your lab procedures so you don't get erroneous results.
When they found one, they would go around phoning labs and warn them of these pitfalls. One way to detect tritium is to mix a special chemical cocktail. Tritium, being radioactive, will cause the cocktail to emit small flashes of light. However, they soon discovered that the lithium electrolyte in the water bath has small traces of potassium in it, which also causes the small flashes.
Both tritium and potassium are beta emitters, so it's the same type of radiation. So it's a bit like saying because something is a beta emitter, it's automatically tritium, which isn't the case.
They also found an explanation for why some labs are seeing small amounts of helium embedded in their palladium rods. Helium is often used as a cooling agent in general lab work. Over time, glassware will slowly absorb helium. Throughout the cold fusion experiments, small amounts of helium were leaching into the palladium. In fact, this was the same reason that Paneth and Peters retracted their fusion paper.
All of this stuff is just sloppy. Contaminants, cleaning, not calibrating their instruments. Man.
All the way back in the 1920s. History had just repeated itself. Robert Huggins' group at Stanford claimed that they saw excess heat in both light and heavy water, with heavy water showing noticeably more. What his group didn't account for is that heavy water and light water have different electrical conductivity when lithium is added. With everything else the same, the heavy water will get hotter. But besides this, there also seemed to be a pattern with when they saw excess heat. It happened most often on the weekends. This is because less electricity is used on the grid on weekends, meaning slightly higher voltages were being supplied to the experiment. One thing that both critics and advocates of cold fusion agree on is that excess heat is inconsistent. You'd only see it very occasionally. As one member of the government panel, Al Bard, argued, what was happening is that all the results are points on a bell curve distribution. Some will show excess heat, most will show nothing, and some will even show negative. But that's how statistics work in an experimental setting.
And there have been enough experiments, so it probably would follow a bell curve normal distribution.
The average result is what you want to focus on. Therefore, it's misleading to publish a paper with positive results while neglecting to mention you saw far more negative results. If you actually took the negative results into account, your graphs would have massive error bars, showing that the excess heat was well within the margin of error. The government panel worked well into the fall. By their estimation, around $30 million had been spent.
You could easily take this the other direction. Instead of saying we're making fusion and doing excess heat, it's like, hey, we found a new way to cool stuff off, even colder water or something, I don't know.
Spent by US labs attempting to replicate the effect, and another $10 million abroad. When they published their final report in November, they concluded that there was not, quote, convincing evidence that useful sources of energy will result from the phenomena attributed to cold fusion.
The prospect of federal funding for cold fusion research virtually vanished today. The advisory group's recommendations are not binding on the Energy Department, but it would be unusual if they were ignored.
Maybe that's also why it's called cold fusion. It's because sometimes heat is actually removed in this case.
Although the panel largely came to a consensus, there was one bit of internal drama. One of the two co-chairs, Norman Ramsey, had been largely absent from the panel for most of its tenure. When he took the role on, he made a note to say it seemed, quote, a terrible job. And according to John Huizenga, his co-chair, Ramsey spent most of the summer abroad, and later in the year he won a Nobel Prize and was even less available. When they were drafting the final report, he blindsided them by announcing that he was going to resign. Having such a high-profile member resign right before they published would severely undermine the credibility of the report.
That doesn't look good.
Ramsey was willing to stay on if they included a preamble he wrote, which was much less negative about cold fusion than the rest of the report. The panel, feeling that they had been backed into a corner, accepted the lesser evil of including the wishy-washy introduction. Still, Ramsey's ultimatum would fuel rumors of conspiracy and a cover-up. Chase Peterson alleged that the panel was biased. Quote, the university's loudest critics have come from large...
All this stuff just seems so obvious, but I guess they're just so... I don't know.
Well-financed schools that have sizable stakes in the more conventional and more expensive hot fusion projects. On the other hand, more than a few hot fusion experts said the opposite.
In terms of the hard work I've put in for 10 years on this project, it's sort of like kicking the teeth. But...
It actually said hot fusion physicist. Not just fusion physicists. The fact that cold fusion hype got so prevalent that they're calling something that isn't cold fusion hot fusion. Man, throughout my career, I've never heard anyone say hot fusion, unless they're just making a contrast.
I certainly hope that they have something there.
If this development says that all the work that you've done in the past is really not relevant now because we have this new energy source, safe, cheap, and environmentally benign, I'd just be tickled pink if we had that.
The federal government would not fund cold fusion, although they were, quote, sympathetic towards modest support for carefully focused and cooperative experiments within the present funding system.
It's a funny way to say I'm sorry, but no more money.
The report almost concluded with a quote from Alice in Wonderland. It was removed from the final version at the suggestion of Darlene Hoffman. She felt that it would only feed into pre-existing perceptions of believers that the panel was biased. The quote went like this. Alice laughed. "There's no use trying," she said. "One can't believe impossible things." "I dare say you haven't had much practice," said the Queen. "When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast."
Interesting.
If cold fusion was to be brought back from the brink of death, it needed a miracle. How appropriate given its birthplace. Most of the American public had lost interest and moved on with their lives. But according to a poll taken in September, 61% of Utah residents still believed in cold fusion. When Nature rejected Pons and Fleischmann's paper, the lieutenant governor stated, quote, "We are not going to allow..."
Now, as a nuclear engineer, I'm extremely doubtful of cold fusion. Far more skeptical than of hot fusion, and that one's the one that's always 20 years away. But the difference is that one is at least grounded within physics. Cold fusion, for something like that to be described as what Fleischmann and Pons say, man, that would take some sort of exotic materials that don't even exist to pull off something like that. Without the extreme heat or pressure, which heat and pressure are the main things you need for fusion to take place in addition to confinement time, just don't see how you're going to get that at atmospheric conditions. I know sort of workarounds unrelated to this experiment, such as the muon-induced fusion, can get you a bit close, essentially lowering the Coulomb barrier, but that's also impractical because you're using something that has a really short half-life. If you're going to do something that's going to produce energy on a macroscopic scale. But hey, I'm highly willing to be proven wrong by some new advanced method of generating electricity that we don't really know a whole lot about yet. Though I'd probably steer clear of calling it cold fusion because of the stigma associated with that.
Some English magazine to decide how state money is handled. The first ever annual Cold Fusion Conference was held, as you might have guessed, in Salt Lake City, just a little over 1 year since the announcement. The governor of Utah was a guest of honor at the reception, and dessert was provided by the Utah-based company, Mrs. Fields Cookies. The state of Utah had paid $5 million to establish their National Cold Fusion Institute, and they're going to make sure they got their money's worth. In July 1989, a state-appointed panel would vote on whether to release the bulk of the $5 million to the NCFI. The decision rested on whether cold fusion had been quote-unquote confirmed or not. Notably, the council had 9 members, but only 2 of them were scientists. And one of those 2...
That's not looking very good.
...was actively writing his own cold fusion funding proposal. Although by this point there were far too many conflicting results to determine anything concrete, all 9 members of the panel voted yes on the 21st.
I didn't say I would give us an A, or a B, or a C, or a D. I said we passed. And so I voted.
Justification, wow.
It's funny because that's what you say on something that has a bit more ambiguity into what the grading and the qualifications are. So the fact they only have a couple of scientists there, I'd say that about fits.
It seems to me that if you can spend $500 million for 20 years on hot fusion and not get anywhere, you can certainly spend a few $1 million, a mere 10 million or something like that, on cold fusion. So
bit of a false dilemma there, because you're still dealing with sunk cost fallacy. Wow, and this was in 1989. So if you take that to the 2020s, and how many more sets of 20 years away is it going to be?
Would vote absolutely for it.
And with the vote of confidence, Attorney General Paul Van Dam says, despite news reports to the contrary, the experiments are now legally, scientifically confirmed.
They rented out a
legally, scientifically confirmed. I mean, all that means is that, okay, they can do experiments, not that it really means anything.
Fancy new building in the university's research park, which would cost them nearly $300K in just the first year. Chase Peterson's vision for the institute was to hire somewhere between 40 to 100 researchers. They would not just be studying cold fusion, but making working commercial prototypes.
Wow.
But ever since its inception, it had been doomed to fail. Namely, because Pons and Fleischmann wanted nothing to do with it. Hugo Rossi was the Dean of Science at U of U and one of the first people Pons told about cold fusion. They had a solid relationship, and because he was trained as a mathematician, Rossi mostly took Pons at his word on the experiments. By the summer, it was clear that they needed
probably not the best idea.
someone in charge of the institute, and Rossi stepped up as interim director. A big part of his job was to attract funding, which translated to PR. Rossi became a target for much public criticism, which likely contributed to a sense of stubbornness. He thought that the critics of cold fusion were being far too negative when it was still early days. Quote, "I'm somebody who left the whole Cambridge complex to come out to Utah, not because it's God's territory, but because I rebelled against the smug sureness." And that's what I kept seeing in all this. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. God, I wanted those smug assholes to be wrong. Those people who were just so damn sure of themselves. His first order of business was to hire researchers, and naturally, he asked Pons and Fleischmann. To his surprise, they said no.
That, Carol, was one of the concerns expressed by the council today. It has been made very clear that Pons and Fleischmann prefer to stay in their own lab in the basement of the chemistry building.
Why? Explanations vary, but it would be reasonable to assume that they were a bit territorial after their issues with Stephen Jones and Marvin Hawkins. This was their discovery, and splitting the credit even further wasn't something they were super eager about. It's also likely that Pons and Fleischmann were distrustful of the U of U administration, particularly Chase Peterson, who they were now blaming for forcing the press conference and any embarrassment that came along with it. Many people observed that between the two of them, Fleischmann dealt with the stress far better than Pons. Fleischmann had always been very social and a confident public speaker, whereas Pons was an introverted homebody who had a very close circle of friends. And his questions about—
Yeah, I remember seeing that in those interviews that he just showed. He's given the blunt nose when answered a question.
The work began to turn into doubt. Pons was visibly cracking under the pressure. Quote, "I don't think I've ever seen a man driven to such impatience, almost as though a stone in the shoe would have driven him wild at that point. The way people behave when they've been under far more pressure than the good Lord meant them to be under." Even John Bockris, one of Pons' remaining allies, said he was worried for Pons' mental health. At first, Rossi had understood Pons and Fleischmann's reluctance to collaborate with other groups. But as the months marched on and the retractions kept coming out, he was now frustrated with their unwillingness to play nice. In June, he sent them a letter that said something to the effect of, "We're losing the propaganda war." After significant prodding, they agreed to some form of partnership. They set up a couple of their cells at the Institute, but later, Rossi found out that they set them up as a dummy experiment. 2 cells were running, but with nothing to collect data. In other words, they were just running electricity into a jar of water for show. Rossi would defend Pons and Fleischmann for longer than most. He didn't assume fraud for the longest time, although he did call Pons paranoid and mentioned that he was, quote, "sandbagging the community." And Rossi only grew further wary of Pons when he submitted a funding request for equipment sold by a company his son worked at. By August, the Institute had only hired 2 researchers, and their names didn't start with a P or an F. Rossi was quickly becoming jaded and desperate. BYU flat out refused to be associated with the place for obvious reasons. Eventually, he did sign on Marvin Hawkins.
Yeah, this whole Cold Fusion Institute is turning out to be radioactive, pun intended. Which is especially ironic because they claimed no radioactive byproducts.
Since
here's your radioactive byproduct.
If this is not fusion, if it is some unknown chemical reaction, did we lose?
Who lost? Are you kidding? We've done science. We've got results that has stretched the imagination. We have got the public thinking.
Or someone stretched their imagination to produce results.
In a very positive scientific way. Has anybody lost? Not a single person. If this goes absolutely bust, nobody's lost, especially not science.
Mark Anderson, who had taken over from Hawkins, decided to take a job elsewhere and leave cold fusion behind. In the meantime, Rossi had managed to recruit at least one physics prof in a sort of watchdog role, Mike Salomon from U of U. He knew all about the drama surrounding the gamma rays, and he wanted to help clear up the confusion.
One, has fusion been seen here at the University of Utah? Quite possibly.
Yeah, they went out and looked at the sun.
Has the large energy output that Pons and Fleischmann see due to nuclear fusion? No. We really don't believe it is.
It's probably something else.
Our attitude is, we're raising our hands. We don't know what it is. It's possible that it is fusion. If it is, we have a lot to learn.
He offered to set up some of his detectors in Pons' lab. One night, Salomon got a call from Mark Anderson that a cell was boiling. Salomon rushed over to the lab, saw that it was, and rushed off to get more equipment. Except when he came back, the cell was off. Pons had told Anderson to turn it off.
That's awesome.
So they wouldn't waste any heavy water. Solomon was dumbstruck. This was the only time in over a month he had seen any cells boil,
Spontaneous
and
fusion.
Pons was clearly trying to prevent him from getting any meaningful data. Then Pons told him he needed space for a new detector, and so Solomon took his gear and he left. Pons would later send him a letter telling him that there had been one cell with excess heat while Solomon's equipment was in the lab. But it just so happened to occur right after a power outage that had reset his equipment. It was the kind of coincidence that was downright insulting to even suggest. On August 23rd, Solomon holds a press conference where he announces his negative results. He went on to write a very negative paper and submitted it to Nature, which was published on the 1-year anniversary of the initial press conference. Once the paper was in print, Gary Triggs sent threatening letters accusing him of libel and demanding a retraction. Pons had tried to use Triggs to silence critics before, but this had crossed a very serious line because Solomon was a fellow professor at U of U, causing a major PR crisis. It was soon uncovered that U of U had previously paid Gary Triggs as much as $68,000 for Pons' legal fees. That meant, technically, U of U was paying a lawyer so that one of their professors could sue another one of their professors.
Wow.
This was a massive conflict of interest,
Tearing it
and as soon as this
apart.
fact was made public, U of U cut ties with Triggs. Solomon too would abandon cold fusion. Quote, "My continued involvement, even in a sort of adversarial role, was being perceived as extraordinarily stupid on my part. It was beginning to blacken my reputation with the faculty." On September 26, Rossi tells the Salt Lake City Tribune that if the Institute has no solid data to present by February, then they'll have...
I mean, this sort of stuff would take down anyone's career if you're even associated with that. It's a mess.
...to shut down. He gave that statement in response to a direct question from a reporter, but the way it was portrayed in the paper was, quote, "State-funded lab may soon stop cold fusion experiments." Now, you've got the governor pissed, and Pons and Fleischmann think Rossi has stabbed them in the back. In private, they send letters where they rant about Rossi. Quote, "He's bent. He lies out of his teeth."
Wow.
Now you've got private companies freezing their investments. Rossi wants to resign, but realizes the terrible optics of that move, and so he sticks with it. But the final straw for him was the double-blind double cross. By now, Pons and Fleischmann were full in on the third decay branch as their last resort.
Oh no.
It was statistically unlikely, but if the palladium rods showed evidence of helium, then it would be potential evidence of fusion. And so a bunch of skeptical labs like MIT and Sandia called their bluff and said, sure, let us analyze them. After much back and forth, Pons finally agrees as long as a neutral third party acted as a mediator.
Oh, here we go.
2 of the 5 rods had helium artificially added as a control. 1 rod was completely clean and had no helium, and the remaining 2 rods had been run in fusion cells and had supposedly generated excess heat, and therefore helium. Critically, the labs testing for helium don't know which rods are which, and Pons doesn't know which rods were sent where. It's a double-blind test.
That's not very many samples to work with, though, just 5, and essentially 3 of them being controls, being implanted helium on 2, and then 1 being nothing.
On October 6th, Stan Pons went to meet with the neutral third party. The deal was that both parties would exchange data. Pons was given the helium analysis, and then he just refused to share which rods showed excess heat. He had just willfully, knowingly ruined the double-blind nature of the test. The results of the helium analysis were just as confusing. The rod that was supposed to have 0 helium in it ended up showing helium. Whether this was an accidental contamination,
the one without the helium, or allegedly the one without the helium,
or an intentional mix-up, was impossible to prove, but it rendered the entire experiment useless.
Killing the double blind kills the experiment anyway, but yeah, this is trash.
But more to the point, the one cell that had supposedly generated heat did not show helium above the background level. The other labs wanted to publish these results, but Gary Triggs
more helium from the control
sent them all legal threats. This meant that the helium results were only made public an entire year later, in late 1990. The helium fiasco was a step too far for Rossi. Not only that, but the faculty at U of U were saying that if he stayed involved with cold fusion, they'd likely push for him not to come back as dean.
The interim director of Utah's Cold Fusion Institute is stepping down to make room for some new blood.
But the man who's headed this controversial private corporation claims convenience, not conflict, prompted his resignation 6 weeks early.
When he was back at U of U, he joined the rest of the faculty in demanding a full review of the institute. Pons and Fleischmann would be hauled in and interrogated by state officials.
Wow. They 100% flew the coop on this one. If they're distancing themselves that much already, then yeah, they're gone. Like the Inception
There was just one problem. They were nowhere to be found.
Figured. Cold fusion officials hot about missing researchers.
Fleischmann was the easier one to track down. He had long since gone back to England, supposedly for medical reasons. He claimed the school had not made a good faith effort to contact him, and he declined to attend the review. Pons, on the other hand, was nearly impossible to track down. He was so rarely in his own lab that some people theorized he had moved his experiments to his own home, although there is no major evidence of this. And then one day, he's just gone. He has subs teaching his classes. His house was put up for sale. No one knows where he is. The first official contact from him is a letter via Gary Triggs, where he says he's resigning as a tenured professor and asks for a temporary research position instead. Later, he'll ask for a year-long leave of absence, which will be denied. The public pressure had been crushing for Pons. By this point, physicist Frank Close had published his book, Too Hot to Handle, which came as close as UK libel law would allow to implying fraud on the part of Pons. When Close had interviewed Fleischmann, he appeared to lay the blame of the gamma-ray peaks entirely on Pons. But the hate had extended to his family. His house was bombarded with phone calls, some threatening. His wife Sheila described how classmates of their daughter began to bully her. Quote, "Our daughter was in school. At the time she was 11 or 12 years old, a very sensitive age. Some of the children said to her, 'Your dad's a fraud. Why did you do this to us? Why do we have Utah smeared like this because of your dad?' Cold fusion had begun as a source of Utah pride. But
how those scandals can spill over into your other family members. Hate it for those kids.
The state had turned on Pons for embarrassing them. Even Fleischmann is told in February that it's highly unlikely he'll be reappointed as a visiting professor. The next time Pons was seen in Utah was when the institute was undergoing its review, for which he was required to make an appearance. He did so only after Utah's Assistant Attorney General told him he didn't have a choice. This very well could be the final time he stepped foot in Utah. When questioned by the review panel, he said the same thing he'd said since it was first announced to the world. To Pons, cold fusion was real. But that didn't matter.
Dude.
Following some investigative reporting, it was revealed that $500K in donations was made to the Cold Fusion Institute that did not come from an external source, but was in fact university funds that Chase Peterson shuffled around. Although not strictly illegal, it was incredibly deceptive, clearly an attempt to reel in more outside money. This was a disaster for PR, and a private company halted their donation of $160K. Chase Peterson had a no-confidence motion pushed on him by the faculty. They wanted him gone. Contrary to what he said a year earlier, Peterson says he did not necessarily believe in cold fusion. He just said that if there was even an infinitesimal chance it was, that the enormous benefits justified taking a chance on it.
Okay, sure. One of those guys that has a very small, that's willing to put a small amount, or I guess to him a small amount of money, to something that's likely to be big, that has the potential to be big, allegedly.
He clearly believed that enough that it cost him his job. Knowing he was a dead man walking, he announced he would resign in a year's time. This seemed to satisfy his faculty, and they let him live out his remaining term as a lame duck. Peterson resigned as president in June 1991. That same month, the institute is shut down. The $5 million they had been gifted by the state had run out,
Heat, but no
and no
fusion.
new money was coming in. It was over. Even Utah had given up on cold fusion. The same could be seen in miniature in Washington, where cold fusion had become taboo. Only Wayne Owens, representative for Utah, wasted any breath on the topic. Here he is giving a passionate speech arguing for continued funding despite the earlier disappointments. The way he's speaking, you'd think he was addressing a packed audience, but when the C-SPAN feed cuts to a wider shot of the chamber, it feels almost like,
whoa, that's funny. It's like that classic thing you see in a TV show and all that's there is like a janitor pushing a broom or something.
The camera crew has a sense of humor. We should take a moment to revisit our friend Stephen Jones, who had spent the past several months portraying himself as the more pragmatic and rational version of Pons and Fleischmann. He had accepted an offer from Yale to collaborate. They had offered up their highly sensitive neutron detectors. Remember, Jones's claim was that he saw no excess heat, but he did see an extremely subtle neutron spike.
The confidence level is about 1 chance in 2 million right now that we have made a mistake.
Yale was even going to shut down its particle accelerator for a week to lower the background radiation. This was a prime chance for Jones to cement his credibility. But several months went.
It's like this radiation sign written in 2 different fonts. I don't know why, it just amuses me. Though it's reasonably close to ones that you see in nuclear power plants now, yellow and magenta, common colors.
Went by. The collaboration went up in flames.
I'm not sure you're doing the right experiment either, Moshe. You have to look at you look at just...
You are not sure that I'm doing the right experiment.
My experiment.
I'm convinced that you're not doing the right neutron counting.
Jones refused to put his name on any of the data that showed no signs of neutrons. The Yale group went ahead and published without him a scathing rebuke of Jones's claims. There are other controversial disputes that arise. One of the more notable is the tritium spiking allegations at Texas A&M. A group led by John Bockris is accused of fraud by fellow professors and a journalist.
Wow.
An internal investigation dragged on for a year, and in the end did not conclusively prove intentional tampering. But the tritium readings that were once credited with keeping cold fusion's hopes alive during the summer of 1989 were almost certainly due to contamination. Bockris' reputation is stained for the rest of his career.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, tritium contamination, not exactly uncommon.
Pons had warned many people of the deadly potential of this experiment. Only once did his fears come true. On January 2nd, 1992, a group at the Stanford Research Institute had accidentally mixed together a highly flammable amount of hydrogen and oxygen. It wasn't fusion, it was just a normal, deadly explosion. 3 people were injured, and 1 researcher, Andrew Riley, was killed in the blast.
Wow.
The lab continued their work, but now with bulletproof glass installed. A year goes by, then another. Cold fusion has become a taboo. In America and the UK, it is seen as a colossal waste of time, energy, and money. The only ones still working on it,
and now of human life, wow,
are either doing it through self-funding or they're doing it in secret, tucked away in a larger lab, afraid of what their bosses might say if they found
also unbelievers, not non-believers
out. Even if you were trying to disprove it, it's seen as beneath you. Anyone who wanted to be taken seriously were better off pretending it didn't exist. For the public, who can only follow what the news tells them.
All of those dots on the maps turning red as examples of people's careers being forever ruined by this.
Cold fusion feels like a future that was ripped away from them. The lofty promises that were made on March 23rd, 1989 have yet to pan out. They were promised a future that would be full of clean energy. They were told that a gallon of seawater was enough to power a city. There wasn't supposed to be another Exxon Valdez.
Yeah, here we go.
No more Chernobyls.
I guess they assumed these fusions would be miniaturized into fuel cells for your car. Kind of in a similar way people were talking about hydrogen fuel cells around that time period. Though I remember first hearing about it in the late 90s, early 2000s, but I was also a kid back then, so that could be why. Reason why those never took off is just too expensive relative to alternatives, including solar panels, even.
Cold fusion had instead become a joke.
And as far as no more Chernobyl, just better fission, better designs, incorporating lessons learned from that accident.
Throwaway punchline in an episode of The Simpsons. That thing you heard about a few years ago. Whatever happened to that, you'll wonder, before moving on with your day.
I don't think I saw that episode.
But there were also those who didn't forget. A certain subset, they believe something more sinister happened. Who was trying to shut this down? Hot fusion physicists?
Oh, really?
The big banks? Big oil? Even as early as May 1989.
Big hot fusion, that was clearly it. Solar enthusiasts, they're big hot fusion, right?
Members of the public were suspicious that some sort of cover-up must be happening. Take, for instance, this C-SPAN phone call-in hour.
All right, you know, on an ABC station in Fort Wayne, Indiana, they said there's nothing to this fusion deal. That was early this week, and I was wondering who's trying to cover it up. Will it come to pass? Will we ever get it?
Sure.
Clearly the aliens, because we're so close to getting our hands on their technology.
Among the most prominent of these conspiracy mongers was Eugene Malove. At the time of the Utah announcement, he was MIT's chief science writer and wrote many of their press releases.
Interesting.
He believed that researchers at MIT altered their data in an attempt to disprove cold fusion and resigned in protest. He founded a magazine, wrote books, and even shot a documentary arguing that cold fusion was a victim of a conspiracy, a wide-scale reputation trap.
Field of cold fusion has been marginalized by the establishment.
By the establishment. It's been marginalized by the laws of physics. I know I just said that.
By creating certain myths about it, and pejorative terminology being used, which is highly inappropriate, has no bearing at all on what's being done, called pathological science, junk science.
Wow.
It's just basically name calling. The equivalent of demanding that cold fusion works like hot fusion is like saying a transistor works like a radio tube. It's idiotic. It's stupid. It makes no sense.
But they're claiming cold fusion is still heat generated from nuclear fusion, though. That analogy doesn't quite work. If you want to get literal here, melting is technically a form of fusion, meaning a solid substance undergoing phase transition to a liquid substance. Though it has nothing to do with nuclear fusion, but you can argue an ice cube melting is closer to cold fusion than this ever got, if you're talking literally.
Yet that's what was demanded.
He will spend the rest of his life arguing that commercial cold fusion energy is just a couple years away.
Wow, that's 10 times closer than hot fusion.
Always a couple years away. By 1994, there was a bit of a lingering question.
Pons and Fleischmann themselves disappeared from the scene. Where did they go? To the south of France, that's where.
A company called Technova had decided to invest in Pons and Fleischmann's research. Technova, as it turned out, was a subsidiary of Toyota.
Pons and Fleischmann now work in a $15 million lab created for them by the Japanese. Wow. In retrospect, they recall they really had no choice but to leave.
Why are people still giving them money at this point?
The United States.
Yet another moment of irony. For the first time in years, the two men seem happy to be giving interviews. But it was clear that the controversy had taken its toll.
I can remember that I was extremely bitter and upset at the time. Thought we'd been treated extremely unjustly, which I still do. Again, I think the critics were not up.
Even if there were onto something, they still started it by calling the press conference super early without peer review.
Operating within the bounds of sanity, and I think we were victimized in that respect. I really don't have any feelings about it anymore. It's just a non-issue now.
I think it becomes numb.
You become numb to it.
But if anything, he was even more confident.
I mean, the criticisms that came were 95% of the criticism was just unwarranted. I could almost use the word stupid for most of it.
And how many years?
You know, it's crazy. Super high-level faculty, scientists, researchers, professors, and throughout this particular episode, it's just been, like I mentioned, name-calling, saying things are stupid. It's crazy that even the once highly regarded pillars of education can devolve into this.
Years away might you be from developing something like that?
Well, the first prototypes we built now need to be redesigned. I would say probably by the end of the year.
Within a year?
Wow.
You're kidding.
No, I think.
A year for what? Not commercial operation. Even if you had a perfect prototype, then you're still more than a year out. But anyway.
I think that's attainable.
This prediction by Pons did not come to fruition. In 1995, he and Fleischmann had a permanent falling out. Japan's government pulled their funding in 1997. And a year later, the lab closed entirely.
We're running out of countries to run off to.
The estimated investment was £12 million.
Wow.
We have very few details about what went down between the two men. According to Physics World, Fleischmann and Pons disagreed on the direction of the research, and Fleischmann felt like he was being ignored. The 2012 documentary, The Believers, contains some of the last interviews with Fleischmann. It ends with the question of whether he's still friends with Stanley Pons, the man he used to host a yearly Christmas party with. His answer is no. It's clearly a painful memory. He ponders for a moment what he would ask Pons if he saw him again. Two things. How are you? and after a bit of laughter, quote, "Are you continuing with the dreadful research?" Fleischmann will never fully give up on cold fusion. He'll continue to keep in touch with those in the field and even attend the occasional cold fusion conference. He passed away in 2012
still going
due
on?
to complications from Parkinson's. If Stanley Pons was hard to get a hold of before, he would eventually vanish off the face of the earth. He lives on a farm in France with his wife. He has no plans to return to the US, and he gave up his citizenship.
Wow.
He has never given a recorded interview since. All we know is that he just wants to be left alone.
I can see that.
In 1911, frustrated by a flood of patent applications for perpetual motion machines, the U.S. Patent Commissioner mandated that all submissions now required a prototype to run for a full year before it would be accepted. To date, there has never been a successful patent for a perpetual motion machine. And in 2004, the Patent Office had made it routine policy to reject any submission that mentioned cold fusion. Many will still try by using a different name, but it's nearly impossible for them not to mention the Pons and Fleischmann experiment in some form.
Yeah, because you have to reference it still. Wow.
By the late 1990s, cold fusion had become ubiquitous shorthand in popular culture as a synonym for nonsense science. The name had become toxic. This is a graph of papers mentioning cold fusion since 1989. After the massive explosion of papers in 1989 and 1990, the publication rate falls off a cliff. Most of them are never even peer-reviewed. As early as 1994, even advocates of cold fusion...
Well, keeping with the tradition, apparently, of not peer-reviewing.
...had begun to downplay the label. They argued that cold fusion was a misnomer. It hadn't been coined by Pons and Fleischmann, and by now many felt that the effect they were seeing might not even be fusion. Some took to calling it the Pons and Fleischmann effect. Stephen Jones tried to push for, quote, anomalous effects in deuterated metals, but his word salad never caught on. The only name that had any major staying power was LENR, or LENR, short for low energy nuclear reactions.
I know it's a super category, but it has all the same problems as this cold fusion experiment with inconsistent results. So there's not really any evidence of it there because part of the scientific method is validating your results. And these LENR experiments, I mean, they don't give off radiation, so you're calling something low energy nuclear reactions without radiation, they're saying it's a good thing. Well, it's really not. It's like saying because radiation is produced as a form of making energy, it would be a bit like, hey, I'm going to show you a cool new diesel engine that doesn't make any CO2. It doesn't make any CO2 because it doesn't work. It just doesn't make any sense.
It does its job well. It's mundane and could apply to a dozen different phenomena. And it has none of the baggage. Although even this acronym is divisive, as some people insist that it should stand for something like lattice-enabled nuclear reactions or some other variant. And that hints to the critical issue. LENR research is highly splintered, full of conflicting theories, methods, and even interpersonal feuds.
All the symptoms that it's fringe science. At best.
When Pons and Fleischmann left the public eye, there was no clear leader in the field to take their place. Some insist it's still fusion, while others argue it's an electro-weak interaction. Some argue it can be a new source of energy, others argue it's just a scientific curiosity.
It doesn't matter because it's inconsistent.
Some say it can only occur in heavy water, others say light water works just fine. Some still insist on using palladium, others have moved on to nickel. Some believe Pons and Fleischmann were mistaken but onto something real, while others believe they were correct from the start, but the scientific establishment buried their results in a concerted smear campaign. There are as many as 60 competing theoretical models, none of which can make reliable predictions. And even those who claim to see neutrons or tritium admit they can't do it with any sort of consistency. The LENR advocates feel that they've been pushed out of the establishment and no one will take them seriously. Nobel laureate Julian Schwinger
I find it hard to without repeatable results.
Left the American Physical Society in protest when they refused to publish his papers on it. And so, they've built their own communities. Forums that serve as echo chambers, where critical members are banned if they ask the wrong questions. The crux of the issue is that maybe there's something there. but the reputation trap is based on legitimate issues. Some of the advocates are respectable researchers with solid backgrounds: Edmund Storms from Los Alamos, Michael McCubry from Stanford Research, and Peter Hagelstein, a tenured professor at MIT. According to this proposal from a futurist think tank, at the beginning of 2017, there were 114 entities actively engaged in LENR R&D across 4 continents. But for every person with a decent resume, there is someone who has attached themselves to LENRs and cold fusion just to make a quick buck. Take Randall Mills, whose theory would require a complete reworking of how he modeled the hydrogen atom, a new type of particle he called the hydrino. Mills has also trademarked the term hydrino, which means that a third-party experimentalist can't easily test his theories without first signing an IP agreement with him. Then there's Italian entrepreneur Andrea Rossi, who promised a commercial...
So, if you're going to change that much, I'm just thinking how you would even test that.
...cold fusion reactor
change
called
that much in the
ECAT
model.
For a decade with no results. He is a blatant snake oil salesman with a prior history of white-collar crime convictions. Despite his claims, all patents he's been awarded do not mention cold fusion. And Patrick Cochran had his Nevada cold fusion startup go bankrupt after raising $1 million, and he faced charges from the SEC. Those are just some of the grifters. And then you have the quacks. Take Nobel laureate Brian Josephson. He firmly believes in cold fusion, just like he advocates for homeopathy, quantum mysticism, and parapsychology.
Oh, I briefly heard of quantum mysticism. Heard one of them was that aging is only caused by the mind. Okay.
Next is Derderick Irving, a former cardiologist turned cold fusion advocate. He speaks of a personal theory of superwaves. In the 2012 doc The Believers, he can be seen telling Martin Fleischmann that he can reverse his Parkinson's, as cold fusion is the mechanism that both creates energy and powers his metabolism.
So this reminds me of one crazy thing that was brought up after the Deepwater Horizon accident in 2011, and it's common in the nuclear industry to review accidents that are external to the industry just in order to capture lessons learned, just like any other healthy safety culture would. And there was this one crazy scheme while the well was gushing, brought up by a self-proclaimed genius. Those are the best kind. One named John Hutchinson that came up with a device that would emit audio frequencies at some magic frequency that would channel the healing life forces of the earth in order to fix the damage done by Deepwater Horizon. Kind of like the life stream from Final Fantasy VII. That's what this sort of stuff reminds me of.
Irving's medical license was revoked in 1995. Enthusiast blogger Ruby Carrot wrote a comic book promoting cold fusion, and the way she speaks of it is uncannily similar to the way religious missionaries speak about their work. Quote, "You can drop a copy by the high school chemistry club, or leave one at the doctor's waiting room, your political representative's office, or the airport terminal. Someone is sure to be inspired." Even Steve Jones, who portrayed himself as the rational cold fusion guy, descended into conspiracy when he began vocally giving talks on how 9/11 was an inside job.
Oh, of course.
This photo...
It was also caused by cold fusion, I'm sure.
...has been cropped the entire video. This is the full photo. He parted ways with B...
Wow! Alright, you got me there. That was pretty good job by BobbyBroccoli here.
BYU in 2006 over his views. Even if we were to give the benefit...
He's sitting there like he's proud of it, too.
...of the doubt to the more credible scientists on this end of the spectrum, their association with these folks gives plenty of reason to be skeptical.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that cold fusion and LENR attracts this sort of person does not do it any favors.
Yeah, the only radioactivity coming from this cold fusion is the sort of radioactivity that destroys your reputation and career.
With all of this in mind, it was a major news story when in 2019, a paper appeared in Nature titled "Revisiting the Case of Cold Fusion." A team of 30 researchers across several labs took 4 years to try and induce cold fusion, although the bit that made the headlines was that one of the labs was funded by Google. The Pons and Fleischmann effect was not repeated. One of the authors, Chang, stressed that to his knowledge, no experiment has unambiguously shown excess heat, once all energy sources and sinks are fully accounted for. When I wrote to one of the other authors, Matt Trevithick, he responded with this: The conclusion of our work was that neither Leonard believers nor skeptics have done enough work of enough quality to support their positions. Leonard covers a vast parameter space. In the limited time and budget we had, we got a sense of the difficulty of producing the conditions under which cold fusion is hypothesized to exist. Another group I spoke to, Research, similarly found no evidence of excess heat or nuclear products. As for why the repeatability of results is so poor, they argue that most thermal calibration runs are far shorter than the lengths of the experiments themselves. It's only when you calibrate for longer than the experiment can you be sure that your heat measurements are reliable. Quote, as the majority of research over the past 30 years has not demonstrated this kind of calibration stability, that eliminates most of the effort in this field. As skeptical as I am, I understand why people have clung on to this for so long.
As it was pointed out, we're in deep trouble come the year 2030. So we're going to, or 2040, I think he said. So we're going to have to do something fast. Wow. And that's why we're going to push as hard as we absolutely can.
Wonder if we'll have hot fusion by 2040. Let me know what you think down in the comments.
To see if this is going to work.
The issues that felt so urgent back in 1989 are still the same issues we're dealing with today, and we're barely any closer to solving them. The necessary political and societal solutions are so divisive that they feel impossible to implement. People want to believe in a revolutionary source of energy that can be powered by our most abundant resource.
Well, I think it's just people want to believe that there's one magic solution to everything. And I will say even nuclear fission isn't the solution to everything. It's going to help out a lot and is one that I believe is highly, highly underutilized, and people are needlessly afraid of it. One of the reasons why my channel exists. But it requires significant amount of investment. There's no magic, cheap, abundant, whatever thing, and I guess people just want to believe in stuff like that.
Seawater. Because it would be a magic bullet that would render everything else irrelevant. Cold fusion won't save...
Even stuff that uses seawater desalination plants to bring access to cleaner water, that's expensive and energy intensive, and would be helped out with nuclear power plants.
We've been through this cycle before, and we'll go through it again. We can't bet everything on just technology. With all that being said,
or if you do, you're going to want to hedge your bets a little bit, not put it into some miracle cure. If it works, it's a miracle thing, like what the cold fusion folks promise.
With the renewed attention in the past few years, Leonard advocates have finally gotten their wish. In 2023, the Department of Energy's R&D fund, ARPA-E, awarded $10 million to Leonard research, spread across 5 labs.
Okay.
That's obviously quite a huge sum of money, but to put that in context, I'd point out that they also awarded $1 billion to traditional hot fusion research.
That's a better sense. It might be worth $10 million to debunk.
$10 million is also not an endorsement of Leonard being a real phenomenon, just that it warrants more funding to, in their own words, break the stalemate. Evidence for Leonard is insufficient due to the ambiguous nature of heat, numerous confounding variables, potential sources of measurement error, and possible prosaic explanations.
Yeah.
I have not read the vast
majority. The measurement error is what I'm thinking.
Majority of what's been written on Leonard in the past 2 decades. I cannot tell you definitively that there isn't something there. And so I'm not going to object if the US government or Google wants to divert some of their vast pools of wealth. But what I am confident on is that the work of Pons and Fleischmann was rushed, misleading, and mired with dishonesty.
That's a fair assessment right there.
In recent years, there's been an effort to whitewash that history. As to whether they were treated fairly, you'll have to decide for yourself. The last time cold fusion made primetime news was in 2009, when 60 Minutes aired a special interviewing Martin Fleischmann. The special had little new to show, just the same claims that people have been making since the 90s. Fleischmann himself hadn't done active research in years.
When you hold that in your hand and you think back on what's happened these last 20 years, what do you think?
Wasted opportunity.
Wasted? Because discredited at the time.
What it did show was a man at the tail end of his life wondering how things went so wrong.
Just sad.
I'm getting you interested again
at this point.
Yes.
The potential is exciting.
The potential is exciting, yes.
The truth is, you can't...
Man, this guy's hanging on, barely. It's actually sad.
can't really kill an idea. Once it's out there, you can only turn the cameras off.
That was an end to a really good series done by BobbyBroccoli. Thank you very much for the recommendation, and thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time.